ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in. I'll request all of you to kindly get seated so that we can begin. Well, thank you so much for turning up. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone here at BW Business World Marketing Whitebook Summit 2022. I'm your host, Ravin, and we have an exciting day planned for you. Looking forward to that. But before we actually get to it, I'll request a couple of things from you. Firstly and foremostly, please make sure that your phones are on silent so that we can have wonderful conversations without any disturbance. If you wish to be a part of the conversation that are happening here on the social media, you can use the hashtag IamMarketer and BWMWB. Those are the two hashtags that you can use. For the last 16 years, BW Business World has endeavored to bring together information, data, and analysis that have become part of essential handbook for marketers and marketing decision makers in the country. In this 17th edition, the annual BW Business World Marketing Whitebook is a repeat in the bestseller list in India that, of course, brings marketing and administration of business category to the forefront. I'll request the team to kindly show us a few glimpses of the 16th edition of Marketing Whitebook so that we can know what went down in the last edition and what you can expect from today.
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
नई सुबह, नई उमंग, देखो भारत का बदलता रंग। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत के साथ। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत।
If you know what the world's thinking, doing, and talking about, you know the decisions to make to grow. If you know the demand, you can plan the supply. And if you have the intelligence at your fingertips, you can move in the moment. If you can extract the signals from the noise, you can see past the data. If you have the intelligence on Germany's tech superstores from last week, then you could optimize your strategy this week. When the consumer data tells you that market X is outperforming market Y, then you know you can outmaneuver your competitors. If you have always on access to market behavior while you're in California, then you could plan your product launch in India. And if you know your brand performance in China, then you know you can plan for sustainable growth. If you know the early adopters' response to your campaign, you can adjust your media strategy. Or if your country manager is alerted that she could lose market share in Brazil in Q4, she can change course in Q3. If you know what's happening tomorrow, you could transform your business today. At GfK, knowledge is our currency. We track over 180 million products and process trillions of data points for our clients. We bring decades of independent wisdom and expertise to the table, supplying the critical resources to help businesses thrive through turbulent times. Trust, forged from powerful global partnerships, consulting services that trigger ideas and action, redefining industry practice and standards. If you know exactly when you need to know, then you can move with conviction. At GfK, we know.
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message, have a big laugh, or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us, though, is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. A wide array of patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
Well, I would like to thank all our partners for walking hand in hand and making this summit possible. Our presenting partner, Times Network, after 2 years of subdued festivities, this year brings back joy of celebrations, and some 25 crore Indians are already in the festive mode with Times Network's Happy India Shopping Utsav. If you want to be on the brand shopping list, reach out to any Times Network representative that we have at the event. Do not miss out on this opportunity. I would also like to thank our associate partners, Bobble, AI, and Tribes, our fan partners, Fandom, coffee partner, Beanly, beverage partner, The Thick Shake Factory, media partner, Exchange for Media. Powering our digital media presence today is IWMBuzz.com, and a very big thank you to our knowledge advisors, teams at GfK, EY, Kantar, IPSOS, and CBRE. Well, moving forward, today we are taking the magnificent legacy forward with the agenda that we have, talking about leadership in the metaverse. Increasingly, the chief marketing officer is being called chief metaverse officer nowadays. So that talks volumes about the importance of the conversation that we'll be having today. As digital media becomes mainstream and technology becomes both the nucleus and the command system of the companies, the metaverse becomes infinite without reset or pause. Our sessions today will delve into the current day landscape of the digital ecosystem and how businesses should regroup to grow in the metaverse. I would also like to mention now, we have 2-city launch happening right now at BW Marketing Whitebook this time. The Mumbai launch is scheduled for 19th of August at Four Seasons in Worli. So if you are in Mumbai, we encourage you to drop in as well. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together as I welcome on stage Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Executive Editor at BW Applause, for his opening remarks at BW Marketing Whitebook 2021 and 2022. Can I have a round of applause?
Thank you, Robin. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Batra, who couldn't join us, and Ms. Noor Fatima Warsia, the lady behind the show, who is in Europe and watching us live here. Hi, Noor, if you're watching me. Thank you all for joining us today in its 17th edition, but more than 2 decades in existence. where it was the only marketing and advertising book that did not focus on ad campaigns only, but on knowledge that marketers could use in their everyday decision making. This is how it gained the name of the essential handbook for marketers. Over the years, despite the excess of widespread knowledge, courtesy the growth of technology and the internet stroke information age, marketing white book, popularly called MWB, as you can see on the screens by industry peers, has stayed true to the spirit with which it was born. Whether it was the rise of AI and data-led marketing, the growth of inclusion in messaging, the importance of purpose, personalization, and performance, the MWB raised important issues that attracted voices from senior leadership, indicating the rise of marketing from a function to a partner to the CEO, a domain that the CEO himself must be involved in. In the last edition, which you saw the glimpses of, MWB spoke of recession-proof marketeer who was resolute and resilient. Today, if you see the Indian stock market holding its own despite the global economies being in the red, you can see the MWB has been the trend spotter of changes that are continually defining how brands are built and consumers are engaged. This year, the focus is on metaverse, not the definition that geeks push, but the reality, which is staring us ahead, and perhaps only MWB could have got heavyweight company CEOs to come and speak on a so-called buzzword. Finally, the reason why this matters is because only when business leaders such as all of you here in this room take the stage, they set the path to change a concept in our heads into a reality of our lives. Today is dedicated to this. Today, CEOs from Volvo Car India, Bajaj Capital, Perfetti, One, Mel, Technomobile, Boat, and GFK will join the forum to discuss this fantastic word of the metaverse. And thank you once again for joining us. I'm sure we'll have an evening full of great conversations. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Rahil, for setting the tone for the day. The day ahead is going to be absolutely busy, and I would like to really move forward without taking any more time. Before I invite our super speakers, I would like to request please make sure that we stay in time. We have a timer right here in front of you, and I'll also be around when we have 1 minute left. I'll just pop up somewhere. So I'm the timekeeper for the day. Please make sure that you look out for that. The first session for the day is from our knowledge partners, the knowledge address. It's a pleasure to invite Mr. Nikhil Mathur, Managing Director, India, Head of Data Partnership and Innovation, APAC at GFK, who's going to come up on the stage. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and invite Mr. Mathur on the dais.
A very good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure again to be back physically in this great event. Can I have my slides, please? Is there a... Okay. Sure. Well, this is part of technology. You know, you come across things and then there are glitches. I think the game is how do you really run the show? So while the slides come up, perfect, great. So the slide is here. I just want to start with saying history has shown that whenever there are big changes and disruptions, there are three reactions that we generally see. One is adopt and lead the change. Second is adjust to the change. And the third one is a denial, which eventually converts into adoption at some stage. We're going through massive disruptions globally, and many of these disruptions are making structural changes in the ecosystem. This is bringing a change in the way consumers behave, and therefore, it's very important to look at what are the dynamics and how are they going to shape up tomorrow. I think the world is recovering out of pandemic, and as things were moving, we were hit by other different forces of inflation, which definitely impacts consumers' sentiments, their demands, and their behavior. And of course, the big thing was all about lockdowns in China, which impacted the global supply chain. And therefore, a lot of things of product demand and supply got impacted. And third was, to top it up, was all about Russia and Ukraine war, which definitely impacted the crisis in the energy sector. With all these disruptions, uh, we see that the ecosystem, enterprises, consumers, they're going through own changes and how it's going to really impact the businesses. GFK did a global study, which is all about understanding the mood of the world. And if you see the top two concerns, and we looked at the different concerns across political, social, and economical, the top two concerns are definitely about the disruptions that I spoke about. And the third and the fourth is all about lifestyle. Whether will I have enough money? And the fourth is all about, do I have a safe environment in which my generation can live? So you could see that with these disruptive forces, there are certain concerns that are coming up. And as we move forward, you'll see how this is really impacting consumers' behavior. The next round of disruption is what I call Industrial Revolution 4.0. This revolution is the biggest one that this generation would ever see, with sensors, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, Web 3.0, and many others that are coming up. This is another, I would say, a big transformation the world is going to see in terms of the digital change. And what's really leading this big disruption is something which is in everybody's pocket today, somewhere, and it's probably on the table or in the hands, is smartphone. And if I look at India as a market, approximately 140 to 150 new smartphone users are being added every year. And what does this mean? That we are really preparing or making digital first, smartphone first generation. And the number speaks, 400 plus million WhatsApp users. And look at the kind of different parts of our life this is being impacted. So this tool in our hand is making a big impact in the way consumers are going to change. The next thing, we were under lockdown in 2020, and after that, this whole concept of future of work started. There was a concept of lockdown, and there was return back to office, and the future of work is said to be hybrid work mode. Now, this is a stage where everybody is getting used to transitioning from a physical to virtual and back in a seamless way. And this is kind of setting expectation that when consumers are in reality moving around from a physical to virtual way in their own workspace, this is going to create a new demand and a new setup for the consumers. And to top this up, what we see is something which is all about smart appliances, smart devices. The world is going to get even more connected, and so are going to be the devices and appliances. And this is another lever which is impacting digitally and virtually movement of the consumers. And I think the evolution of consumers is reaching a really next level where new agendas are being added when they really evaluate what are they going to watch, what are they going to consume, and what are the things that they're going to look at. This is all about sustainability and environment. And therefore, when I see from a very simple aspect of consumers, the decision-making process and the understanding of the consumers were easy, today it is not even, it's not getting less complex. And therefore, it brings a new set of questions for marketeers of how do we really engage this set of emerging consumers amongst all the disruptions. And what is interestingly coming is that a big chunk of consumers are saying they want to be seen with the technology. They want to be using technology, and they want to be using something which is more virtual. They're okay to deal with non-human interface. They're okay to really use IoT devices to make their work easy. And the context is that with this whole development, data analytics is playing a very important role. And what it means is it is really giving consumers something where a more personalized approach for them. And therefore, this is even being appreciated. Where say if I can get more personalized recommendations, this is going to be making my life easy. And therefore, what we see is the disruptions that are leading to a lot of digital adaptations is really moving things into virtual element. And therefore, what I say is virtual is going to become indispensable. Consumers are going to look at technology. Consumers are going to look at digital means, and I think their aspiration is also saying, while I want to do a virtual shopping, they are really happy looking at doing virtual conversations. So this is really setting up a stage for the topic that we are going to be discussing throughout the day, which is on the metaverse. Another aspect of virtualization is this advanced level of augmented reality and virtual reality, where there are devices which actually gives far more impetus and give you a very different immersive experience. And it's all said that this whole market is really bubbling. And of course, this starts with something which is the first step is the gaming. Gaming is something which is really fueling this AR and VR environment. And the second thing is all about extended reality. Uh, there were the days when everybody said, I need a touch and feel to really make a decision. Extended reality is another version where they are able to go through touch and feel experience with this kind of extended reality. And therefore, this is setting up a good stage, a prepping stone for the consumers to move to the next level, which is metaverse. And some of the live use cases, I think, that are available of Snapchat, where somebody could actually look at the outfits in different colors and forms. You can look at cars and different, and there are many use cases like this. What does it mean? This is nothing new now. The consumers are becoming used to really explore things digitally, virtually, get a feeling, and then really make a decision. So things are kind of moving in the right direction from that perspective. And here comes the metaverse. In 1982, this was Neil Stevenson, in his novel, he kind of sounded out this concept of metaverse. And now we are sitting in 2022, where this is very much a reality. There has been significant investments. Different sizes are being floated for the size of this metaverse market and the kind of growth rates it's going to see. This is something where companies like Facebook, Microsoft, and many of these have really invested. And it's going to see how this pans out. There are numbers of 1 trillion plus business and the size of this metaverse. And that would mean that from now to then in next 5 years, this is going to really become all pervasive. While it is today at a niche stage, it is in the beginning, innovation. I would say in next 5 years, this is going to become all pervasive. And therefore, if I look at aspiration levels of consumers, they are really willing to go into this immersive experience, and they want to try out things in a virtual environment. And to top it up, while everybody aspires to have physical assets, there is an increasing desire to acquire digital assets, NFTs, outfits for your avatars. And this is nothing new. While it might have sounded 20 years back something really in the books, today it is real, and there are many use cases that I see happening around. And what it means is that work, education, shopping, entertainment, everything will have and will actually move into a metaverse. And therefore, we are going to really create this environment of a physical world and a replica of physical world, which is metaverse. Some of the use cases, while this thing is coming up largely in the markets like US, China, Korea. These are the markets where the metaverse is a leading kind of stage. And of course, as I said, it's an early stage. It is going to change every day for next 5 years. And there will be every new discovery that one would see. The top four, industries, and I would first say that, it was adopted by luxury and the premium brands. And the top four industries are definitely automotive mobility. This is the second one is entertainment. Third is all about lifestyle, food and beverages. So these are the industries where globally we see a good momentum. And the good thing is, even in India, we see early signs where some of the companies in the auto space, I could name Mahindra and Mahindra, I could look at MG Motors, Continental. These are the companies where there are some point of use cases around metaverse, trying to engage with the customers. Of course, entertainment is something where Dalir Mendi kind of did his show of the virtual show. That was the first of its kind. We have Tanishq, which is kind of again creating a virtual environment and a metaverse environment. So I think the way to look at it is that this whole metaverse thing is becoming real. Uh, while this is more of a Western phenomena, this is being adapted in India. And with all the disruptions and the levers that I mentioned about smartphone first, digital first, virtual behavior, India is also known for leapfrogging things. And therefore, we should be prepared as marketeers of how do we really find our consumers when they move into this? How do we really provide this experience of moving from a physical to virtual and again back? And if I were to kind of comprehend with this, the famous Netflix series of Stranger Things. So there's a real world, and the same replica is a virtual world, and people move around. And what it means is there's going to be a considerable shift in the ad spends in metaverse over a period of next 5 years. And therefore, this will also create opportunities for players in the space of tech, in the space of digital assets, in the space of content, creator economy, and many other things. So this is going to be ever evolving. The consumer is getting ready for it. It's time that brands acknowledge this and start preparing themselves at their own pace, depending on the stage of the business you are in. And definitely, because many organizations have already started moving in that direction. So who's going to be really the consumer that we are going to influence for metaverse? We're talking about global population and 1.9 billion of Gen Z, almost 1.8 billion of millennials. And these are the two big set of consumers who are early adopters and who are the ones who are going to be really driving this kind of change. And there are certain live examples and live use cases which actually reconfirms that the Gen Z and millennials are driving and leading the change of first timers for everything. And when we look at social commerce, that's where you will see a big proportion of consumers coming from the Gen Z and the millennials. And that's something marketers are really going to be important to really engage and influence them where they are. If they're in the physical world, one needs to engage there. If they're in the virtual world of metaverse, that's where one needs to kind of engage. And therefore, what's really important is a few elements of metaverse, which is around creators economy. I think this will give more openness. It will actually bring in interoperable platforms so that, as a creator, one is able to kind of broadcast across. This is going to be one important aspect. The second is all about blockchain. I think with so much of right now platform specific things, there could be certain blurred information, there could be some black holes. What is blockchain going to do is make it far more transparent. It's going to bring trust. One could actually really look at all the transactions and behaviors that one is doing in the Web 3.0. And third is, which is going to really fuel is all about real-time analytics. And this is so, that's where I'm talking that when a considerable shift happens in the advertisements being shifted to this in next 5 years, uh, the real-time analytics will play a very important role. The measurement would be then and there. We don't have to wait for things. And this will say what the engagements that I'm doing in the metaverse, are they really giving me ROI? So overall, I think it's a new game where there will be kind of players who will take opportunity and bring in, tech players will kind of bring the technology. We will have the creators who will kind of bring the content. And that's kind of also the third would be a bigger challenge of how do you make this experience seamless and also engage with the customers during this transition. I think that's something very important when we look at metaverse. And as I said earlier, that this is going to change every day. And therefore, there will be newer ways in which we engage with the customers. And therefore, it makes life even further more complex for the marketeers when things are changing at this pace in the metaverse. I would like to kind of sum up with three things that I said, that there are disruptions that we see in the ecosystem, which are really changing the way enterprises set up their businesses. There are disruptions that are shaping up the new expectations of consumers. There are disruptions that are changing behaviors. And there are disruptions like metaverse, which is actually creating a complete different set of world where the marketeers need to really get engaged over there. The second one is all about consumer, I call it evolution/revolution. So the first generations of industrial revolution we saw, this I call it more of an evolution. When I look at industrial 4.0, that is where the real revolution is happening. And now in next 2 decades, the speed at which the changes are going to happen, that's where things are going to get much more exciting, interesting, and complicated as well with the changing consumer things. And therefore, while it's a new thing today, metaverse is definitely a game for tomorrow. So I say that it's not a question of if I get into metaverse. It's a question of when do I get into metaverse. And therefore, the marketeers really need to start looking at this as an opportunity where the consumer is going to be there. And especially we spoke about 1.9 billion Gen Z, which is going to be big disruptors. So we are looking forward to a lot of different views on metaverse, but this is surely a very interesting topic for all of us and really exciting time coming in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. With this, we move on to our leadership session. Building on this, the next session comprises 2 senior leaders who will speak further on how the metaverse is becoming central to the growth of digital economy with an eye on the future. It's a pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj. So Mr. Bajaj is just walking in, I've been informed. So we'll have a look at our partner CV in the meantime, and then we'll start with the session.
heckle these patrons. Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
नई सुबह नई उमंग देखो भारत का बदलता रंग टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत के साथ टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत
If you know what the world's thinking, doing, and talking about, you know the decisions to make to grow. If you know the demand, you can plan the supply. And if you have the intelligence at your fingertips, you can move in the moment. If you can extract the signals from the noise, you can see past the data. If you have the intelligence on Germany's tech superstores from last week, then you could optimize your strategy this week. When the consumer data tells you that market X is outperforming market Y, then you know you can outmaneuver your competitors. If you have always on access to market behavior while you're in California, then you could plan your product launch in India. And if you know your brand performance in China, then you know you can plan for sustainable growth. If you know the early adopters' response to your campaign, you can adjust your media strategy. Or if your country manager is alerted that she could lose market share in Brazil in Q4, she can change course in Q3. If you know what's happening tomorrow, you could transform your business today. At GfK, knowledge is our currency. We track over 180 million products and process trillions of data points for our clients. We bring decades of independent wisdom and expertise to the table, supplying the critical resources to help businesses thrive through turbulent times. Trust, forged from powerful global partnerships, consulting services that trigger ideas and action, redefining industry practice and standards. If you know exactly when you need to know, then you can move with conviction. At GfK, we know.
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us, though, is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent-pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
Thank you for that wonderful music. All right, so I think we are set for the next session that we have, a leadership session. It's an honor and a privilege to invite on stage Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, Joint Chairman and Managing Director at Bajaj Capital, along with Mr. Yeah, thank you. Along with Mr. Rajesh Ramakrishnan, Managing Director, Perfetti Van Mel, India, and you're the first audience, honestly, who has been clapping without me requesting to do so. So thank you so much for that. Wonderful stuff. Let me quickly introduce the moderator for the session, Ms. Aditi Mishra, CEO, Lodestar UM. Now you can clap as well. Ma'am, over to you. You want to try it again?
Hi, everyone. Great to see you guys all here to discuss and understand a topic which is of interest to everyone, the metaverse. And the discussion point for us in this group today is going to be the metaverse and how it impacts the digital economy. So before we deep dive into this whole topic, I think it'll be a good point to step back and think about what really is the metaverse. What does metaverse constitute? And it's interesting because there are many definitions. Some people think it's pretty much a kind of cyberspace experience. There is some talk about avatars, digitalization, different kind of money tokens that we will talk a bit more about with Sanjeev as we get into the conversation. But I think what stands out for me personally, the two aspects of metaverse, one is collaboration, and the fact that it is an experience which is co-owned, which is for everyone together. So it's the promise of having an experience with people across the world, which is synchronous. So me sitting here on this podium can actually experience exactly what somebody sitting in New York is also experiencing exactly at the same time, real time. So that's a big promise which draws people in. And that's why most of the entry has been through what we call games or gamification. Most of you would have read about Fortnite and how that has been a great experience of entry into metaverse. Now with that at the back of our minds, there is also another area which is something that we together as marketers and communicators need to think about, which is this whole thing of how safe is this experience, how this experience is impacting into data about us. Because every time we go into a virtual experience, we are sharing information about ourselves. How safe is that? How protected is that? Is that something which is going to bear with us in the long run? And these would be some questions that we would like to address together. I think I'll start off with you, Ramesh. So, sorry, Rajesh. So the first question I think that I would like to know from you, because of the category that you work in, you know, you're talking to a lot of young minds. And how do you see yourself as a marketer straddling these two opportunities, you know, the metaverse as well as the real verse? Because you are a brand which goes into, you know, every gully, every corner, through every pawn shop. So how are you looking at addressing this with all the young minds you are talking to?
Thanks, Aditi, and good afternoon, everybody. Very happy to be here with all of you for this session. And like you mentioned, meta is a four-letter word. which we are all still learning and sort of navigating our way through, and that would be true for us as well. But just to give you a context, we are a 2,500 crore company, and 80% of our sale actually comes from 1 rupee products. So that just gives you the sheer number of transactions that we do. And if you look at our brands, they are available in more than 5 million outlets. So 5 million, when I mention this to anybody outside of India, they can't even believe it's possible to be in 5 million outlets. And we directly service 1 million outlets with tens of millions of consumers. So in many ways, this product is a very touch and feel product that we have, right? And therefore, our business has been built on the fundamentals of brick and mortar. And I don't see that dramatically changing over the coming years. But having said that, I think we are also starting to take baby steps into the world of Meta. And I think marketing, for example, is an obvious choice for giving opportunities to do that. Of course, there are opportunities in other functions, and we can talk about that subsequently. But maybe I'll just give you one example from the marketing field, which would be of interest to people here, and to also just showcase how companies could leverage Meta as we go forward. So, for example, recently, there was this Nickelodeon Kids Choice Awards, which was launched. And to me, the fundamentals of marketing don't change even whether there is Meta or no Meta.
Absolutely.
Right? So the fundamentals are, what is the strong consumer insight that you have? What's the brand essence? And what's the platform offering you? And the triangulation of that is what you're looking for. So what we had done this time was Alpenliebe. The brand essence is bringing the family close together. The platform we used was Meta. And the insight is, kids like to watch cartoon shows and, play with cartoon characters, etc. So what we did was, this is the first time ever that awards was actually hosted on Metaverse, right? So the kids could log in, enter into the Meta world, and actually interact with the cartoon characters, play games out there. There was a fun zone and so on and so forth. So they could actually have fun with their parents, with the other kids, etc. in that zone, which really helped them to experience a very immersive and interactive consumer experience. So this is just one example of how we've started tapping into it. And obviously, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. So I think the biggest thing that Meta is giving you is the ability to create richer and better experiences for the consumers. But shifting gears to you, Sanjeev, you are in a category which is a lot more serious. You are talking to consumers when they're really evaluating the pros and cons and taking very strong financial decisions for themselves. How do you see Metaverse coming alive for you?
See, guys, it's very important for us to understand what exactly Metaverse is. So Metaverse is when physical reality and the virtual reality is going to mix, and it's going to become intermeshed, is what Metaverse is. So a lot of us think a Metaverse is just a digital reality or a digital world that has been created. But it's actually a mixture of the digital and the physical world. And that's where the opportunity lies. And today, as marketers, you have to look at doing business in a metaverse world is a very different way of doing business. So Rajesh, I was in US in a conference, and there Nike and other shoe brands were selling digital shoes.
Yes.
And I was amazed at the number of sales they were doing. There was a line of people wanting to buy a digital shoe. I said, why would you want to pay money? You're paying bloody $300 for a digital shoe that you're never going to be able to wear. But they say, no, this is a particular model, particular type, and there are only 200 of them. So
Yeah,
this,
the
so,
ownership.
after some time, I saw sold out. And earlier they had said we have 10,000 shoes to be sold. And, I was thinking, kabhi nahi bikenge, yaar, this can't bloody sell. And they were sold out. So, we are living in a world where, he's been selling one rupee toffee. You're going to be selling a 1 rupee digital toffee. Okay, and that's the world we are moving to. Now, why do I want to buy that? It may not make sense to us, but there are others who it makes sense. And we have to look at it that, look, how can we envision it into our business? I'm a very passionate angel investor. I mentor a lot of startups. I work with them. That's my like a booster dose. That's my booster. So one of the most brilliant startups I've come across is a startup from Ukraine. Just before the Russia war started, these group of guys, I was doing, this Zoom call with a guy and a girl, and I said, yeah, they're very too good looking. Yeah, matlab, kuch gadbad hai. Maybe Ukrainians are, super good looking. And after the call, they told me, sir, you were not talking to us.
It's virtual. It's all
So one
virtual,
Indian
of course.
guy came up, and then this another guy, who had not shaved for probably 2-3 years. His beard was. So he said, "We are the actual people. You are talking to our avatars." And
Yeah.
their business was that they had created 17 virtual stars, 14 women, 3 men. They had created virtual reality human beings, with every, like, right from a scar to a mole, and their aim was to have these people and then license them out to games, license them out for future movies where these people will be acting like film stars. And that's the world we are living in. So there is so much opportunity. So guys, I just made a some points for today on this thing, and how we are looking at metaverse from our business is that business has transformed from products to experience. All of us have heard that. Today we don't buy any product, we buy an experience. Yes or no? So point is, metaverse is your experience. Because today when a person is buying something, he's buying an experience. That, okay, when I bought this product, how was I made to feel? How did it come to me? Like a friend of mine does a very similar business to you on that 1 rupee toffee. But today, 30% of his sales is coming from Amazon and other brands, where he's selling that boxes of 300, 400 rupees each. And during the lockdown, he discovered that people wanted, and they were addicted to having those stuff, and they wanted it on their kitchen counter. And for him, he couldn't ship a 1 rupee thing. So he had to get a pearl pet jar. But then it is also the quality. So he realized he just took any pearl pet jar, and people were not happy with that. They said, I'm not happy. So he had to do an experience. He had to do something. Okay, if you buy again, then this happens. You post this review, this thing happens. So that's what we have to think of. And also, guys, second thing I want to say, that way we are thinking of it is that today we don't have product managers. We have experience managers. I have changed the designation of my team. Okay, I tell them your designation is the way you are supposed to make a customer feel. Okay, so so I am the person who's going to make a crorepati. Okay, I am a person who's going to deliver claims. So my insurance team is a claims experience team. I'm not giving you exact designations, but that is the whole spirit of the world we are living in. And we are moving to a world of now. Yes or no? Do you all agree? Earlier, we were very patient. As a brand, I could get a lead, and I could respond it in 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. And there are some businesses like ours where we are still lucky. Like you may say, I want to buy a health insurance. You're not going to buy it in 5 minutes. Okay, so you are ready to wait for a couple of days, or you want a loan. People, you're ready to wait. But that is changing very fast. Today, we are living in the world of 5 minutes. And this was a study done by Harvard, where they said, look, if you respond to a customer within 5 minutes, and from 6 minutes to 10 minutes, what is the difference? What is the reduction in the sales? Would anybody like to guess? It's an 8 to 9x reduction in sales. Just between 5 minutes to 6 to 10 minutes. Because today we are living in the world of now. I want my portfolio report. I want it now. I want to go to the Bajaj Capital channel, send a message, send me my portfolio reports. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want anybody to call me. Okay? I want to be able to do it in a manner which is very easy, very quick. So guys, as marketers today, as they said that even HUL has moved his marketing head to chief of digital and marketing. And a lot of marketers today, when I meet, call themselves chief metaverse officers. That's actually true, because you are delivering an experience. And that's what we have to think about, that we have to think about experience. So whether I'm financial services or any other industry. So for me, it is maybe more important because I am anyway a service industry. For me, there is no product. My product is the experience. My product is the way I make my person feel. My product is the result he gets, whether he gets his claim paid on time. If he fell sick, was he able to get the best treatment? So at the end of the day, it's all about experience. And for me, Meta is about experience. And this experience is coming together. Like today, we did a survey of our customers. What do you want? We thought they'll want a better branch. They want place to visit. They said, we want a better digital branch. I don't want to come to your branch, but I want a digital place where I can go and find stuff. I can play games. I can do quizzes. I have service requests. So in the sense that our website today has to reimagine. It has to be a virtual world where people could come and do what they used to do in a physical bank branch. Okay, that's the expectation of the people. So we are living in a world which is a digital world. So for us, it is more important. For others, it may take time, but eventually it's all going to collide.
Great, great. I think lovely points. And it's true probably for all of us sitting in this room. The last 2 years, accelerated the digital journey for everyone. Who would have thought that you would buy Sabzi sitting in this room on your phone? Nobody would have thought about it 2 years back. But that has, in a way, become reality. And with that, I think has come a host of some of the other things that we need to think about. What is the impact of doing something like this? What's the impact of the information that I'm putting out there? How secure is this information? How safe is it? Is it something that I should be comfortable with when I'm disclosing everything about me on different platforms?
This is something actually you have to be very careful about. Today we are getting tracked. So unless you don't think about security, please understand whatever you are doing, whatever you have done, whoever you have talked to, okay, everything is there out there. Everything is recorded. Everything is there. Today, tomorrow, if somebody wants to look at a thing, earlier they used to be, I was watching one of the classic movies, this guy goes, parks his car, robs a bank. Today, if he does that, the moment he robs the car, there is going to be a ping. He parks his car, there are going to be 50 video cameras recording every move of his entering in the bank. Even if he wears a scarf or he wears a mask, he would have been caught on tape before that. The point is that today, we are actually living in a world where everything is being recorded, and we were okay with that. A lot of people don't understand why TikTok got banned. TikTok got banned because actually Meta and others are actually capturing every move, and that goes to, that is getting captured, and governments want to play a role on who has the ability to capture that. So point is that there is security available. It is not perfect, but it may help you cover 30-40% of your tracks. But this is something which is very important. And this is one place where actually Apple is playing a great role. Apple has changed in the kind of security an Apple product offers. Like I was personally thinking in the morning that there's a new Samsung launch, yes. But I was thinking, this is my current Samsung phone is probably going to be my last Samsung phone, because Samsung hasn't taken enough steps to think about privacy like Apple is doing. Apple today has a VPN built in. One click, no other site is able to track that you have gone there. Otherwise, we were living on an Android, we are living in a system that if you visit a site, there are hundreds of other sites which know. They must be using, like I was looking at this product called HubSpot. Okay, one of my friends uses it. His customer goes to a competition site, he gets a ping.
Yes, absolutely.
That this person has gone and walked into this shop, which is your competitor. Yeah. That's the kind of world we are living in. He may have just gone and walked in, and I couldn't figure out how would they know that this guy has gone and walked into this office. It's unimaginable the kind of things that are available out there. So point is, it is very important that you're leaving a huge digital trail. What is going to be the impact of that? You have to start thinking, and you have to start thinking about privacy. It is very, very important.
Thanks, Sanjeev. I think that brings me to another point which you mentioned earlier, and I thought it was quite interesting, the Nike shoe example. you know, with this growth in metaverse and people experiencing different kinds of things, people are also becoming comfortable with the idea of owning digital assets, not just in the typical way, but looking at things which may just remain as a space you have occupied in the cyberspace, so as to say. What's your thought on that? Because that's the thing that we see a lot of, I would say, global brands trying out. Is that coming up in India? Do you think there's a space for NFTs?
Yeah, so I mean, if I look at it, and I'll just take off from one of the points Sanjeev mentioned, which is that the meta is the coming together of the digital and the physical world, right? And I completely agree with that. And in our case, the products that we sell are candies, lollipops, chewing gums, which are products people like to put in their mouth and have enjoy
Real
the experience, right?
yeah.
So it's something which is very, very touch and feel kind of thing. So in that, I think as we move towards the meta and the digital space, the kind of things that we are trying to do is how do I integrate some of the product truth into the gamification and the other kind of experiences that we can provide. So simple example, I'm sure you're aware of a brand called Chupa Chups, right?
Yep.
Which is targeted at teens.
Interesting sour taste.
Sorry, say that again?
Interesting sour taste.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, like unlike a Nike shoe where, okay, there is a badge value attached to the shoe and you might own a digital shoe, here I think people would want to experience the product. And teens, we know from data, are hugely into gaming.
Yeah.
So interestingly, what we've been doing using AR, VR over the last couple of years is to see how we can get them to experience and integrate the product into games, like for example, a treasure hunt or a snakes and ladder, but a very modern version of that, where instead of the snakes, you have the belts, which is one of our products. So the product truth gets integrated into the digital space. So there is that amalgamation of the two. And then you provide them immersive, interactive experiences, which is really what they are seeking. So if you're able to do that and keep dialing that up, and I think, like I think you mentioned, it's a ladder, right? We started with simple mobile, then it goes into a higher order digital space, and then now starting to make entries into the meta. So how do we keep dialing up those immersive, interactive experiences? And gamification is just one example of how we could possibly go do that. Is probably the way I think this would evolve as we go forward.
Yeah, absolutely true. I think that brings me to another thought. You know, all these experiences that we are talking about, they are not really seamless in a way. So there is something that you can do on a Roblox or something you can do on a Fortnite or something somewhere else. But it's very difficult today to move from one experience to the other. It's each platform has its own rules, it has its own thing, and tomorrow if the platform doesn't exist, whatever you had built for yourself on the metaverse will also stop existing. How do you think that is going to be something that marketeers and probably brand builders will need to address?
I am not the right expert to answer that question, that how do you manage that? But what I'm told by the experts here, and one of my friends is like a crazy metaverse guy, he's got his business in Canada and US, lives in Costa Rica. He read that book, 4-Hour Work Week, and he's trying to live that book.
Oh, wow.
And lives in a beautiful house, and he's crazy about metaverse. And last time I met him, like you were talking about your product. So, today there's a huge thing of what is called a meta cupboard. So he's trying to make a meta cupboard that I have my meta assets. So it's going to be like a picture where you go. And, he's tied up with, I don't want to share this thing, but it's a food product company where you can buy digital food. And then they have these sachets which will go into that, which will give the smell of that food.
Oh, wow.
So imagine if you buy a lollipop and then, you take your cupboard to the lollipop and you see your digital lollipop and you'll start getting the smell of that lollipop. So, this is where the world is going to. But as per him, today there is a Bitcoin and there is Ethereum.
Yes.
And Ethereum is the, is the key. As per him, all these things, NFTs, everything is based on Ethereum.
Yes.
And as per him, that's a very stable thing and it's not going to go away. So every time I do ask him the same question that, look, there are so many coins, there are so many things coming in. He says, Sanjeev, just think Ethereum. As long as it's on that. So I don't know whether it's true, it is wrong, but today that's supposed to be the backbone of the blockchain.
That's right.
As per him. And as per him, that's today big enough and strong enough to be there. So the probability of that failing is much lower than other things out.
So I like this nice thought of picking up my phone and smelling something that I like. It's a good evolving thought, because very interestingly what we spoke about is metaverse is bringing together of physical and virtual, and probably maybe 5 years, maybe 20, I don't know, but in some point of time we'll be in a room like this with different screens, and every screen you can interact maybe by moving your hand like Matrix, or maybe by just thinking. I'm thinking this and this is what is changing. So perhaps that's the future, we don't know. I think just one last point coming to the Ethereum thing, and maybe it's a little bit of a question mark. The government in India has been very, very strict in terms of what is allowed, especially in the cryptocurrency space. Do you see that sort of merging at any point of time with real money, real world? Do you see that happening?
It had merged with the real world, and we were able to buy currency,
Yes.
and now the restrictions are coming.
That's right.
But we have to understand where the government is coming from. This is a very high risk. At the end of the day, money supply, if it's not controlled by the government. Today, what is happening in all over the world, countries are just printing money, and that especially happened during the COVID.
Yeah.
The US currency in circulation has gone up by 2 times.
Absolutely.
Today the whole euphoria we are seeing around the mega sales, everything is about additional currency in circulation. So what is the value of currency? Although even what is the value of a gold-backed currency? If today they say currency has no value, I'm giving you gold. And then gold will also have no value. What will you do with that gold? So point is that whereas, crypto takes that control out of the government. So I don't think how that will play out. We'll have to see, because that's going to be a battle, and nobody, knows what is going to happen. So when you are investing in these stuff, you have to think of it with that pinch of salt. Okay? And crypto, and plus understand currencies are one part of the NFTs or the crypto world. NFTs are another part. Blockchain is another part.
Yeah.
So there are some parts you can still participate in. Okay? But at the end of the day, you have to see how can I enjoy it? How can I use it in my lifetime? That's my whole purpose. If you're able to enjoy it, like if I buy an NFT and I'm able to put it on a picture frame and I'm able to watch it, then it's fine. Whether that has value, not value, it's going to grow, it's not going to grow, but at least I've enjoyed what I have had.
Yeah.
Or
That's the experience.
the kid is going to buy a special edition Air Jordan, which he's going to wear in his games.
Yeah.
Then he's enjoying it.
Yes.
Or he's buying their toffee, or which he's going to eat, and he's going to show off to people. Okay, look, I'm eating this. You don't have it. I was thinking of one of the use cases, maybe a Ludo, snakes and ladder. You play, you win 100 candies, and you just pay 100 rupees for shipping, and you get it.
Yeah.
So that can be a use. So there is so much exciting world out there, guys. You just have to reimagine, rethink. You have to. Today you can't be out of it. Okay, so like there is a saying. There's a very old saying that you don't get outdated, you get rigid. So please don't get rigid. Be flexible. Enjoy everything. Appreciate everything, and know everything. Okay, so I may not believe in crypto, but I have a crypto wallet just to understand crypto. So I may not believe in NFT, but I bought an NFT for the sake of understanding NFT. Okay, so point is that today it's a very interesting, exciting world, and take it as a game. Enjoy it, and tomorrow you will be delivering these experiences to the world, and that's what it's all about.
No, very well said, Sanjeev. I think that brings me to the last part of our discussion. And what you said is right. You don't get outdated, you get rigid. You get too fixed in I know everything. Rajesh, what do you think should be the 2-3 things that marketers should keep at the back of their minds when they start thinking of the metaverse? Because there's no final right answer. It's all evolving very fast.
Yeah, and just again, taking off from what we were just discussing, I think the 3 things I would, recommend that all of us keep in mind, not just marketers, but leaders in general also. One is to have a growth mindset, right? And I think growth mindset is all about how can I make something happen rather than asking a question, can it happen, right? So Meta is like that. We're all figuring our way out through it. We're all trying to understand it. So if you are able to have a growth mindset, I think that will allow us, like Sanjeev was saying, to explore possibilities and really open up the world a lot faster and in a much bigger way. So that's one. Second is, I think also our ability to fly the plane even as we build it, right? Because if we wait for that perfect moment saying, okay, I'm going to master the whole thing and then I will start using it, I don't think that's going to happen. So how do we fly the plane and build the plane as we are flying it? I think that's the second thing. And the third thing I would say is fail fast, right? Try a few things. Some will work, some won't work, but that's the deal of the game, right? So like you said, play the game. And if a few things fail, that's fine, but we fail fast, we learn from it, and we move on. So I think these are the three things I would say would be useful as we navigate into this new
No,
world.
absolutely. I think the speed at which we can react and do things is going to trump perfection every time, because the perfection is going to be a moving target for all of us as things continue to evolve. One last word from you, Sanjeev, in terms of what do you think is going to be the biggest block that we are going to face for metaverse to become adopted by the larger markets, let's say a tier 2, tier 3% in India?
See, this is a misconception that metaverse is going to get adopted. It's already been adopted. Everybody is living on Facebook. If we are in a tier 2, 3, 4 cities, people are living on Facebook. Look at your own servants. Today, I ask my guy, every day he tells me what's there for dinner. Earlier I used to get, probably I'll get a message, ke sir, ye banaya hai maine. Today, I get, if it's a new thing, I get a YouTube video where he's posted a YouTube video, and now he's made his list of YouTube videos, because he says he gives the recipes, he's got followers, that if it's one of his existing products, he will send me the 2-3 YouTube links. Okay, look, this is what is in cook. I said, look, every time you don't have to send me a link, but I know he wants more views. So he knows every time I'll click it, his number of views are going up. So guys, we are not living in a world where metaverse is going to be the future. We are living in a world of metaverse. Today we are talking about candy. I was in US with my daughter. She wanted me to try extreme sour. And we were trying airhead, extreme sour, and this thing. I don't know what has happened, how the thing has caught on. Whether I go on Instagram or I go on any other platform, I see ads of extremely sour toffees. And other day I ended up ordering something in here where I don't need to eat them, but I have ordered them because it's all around me. So today when we talk about remarketing is actually taking a person into metaverse. So metaverse is not a future, it is already a present. Today, as a marketer, if you don't understand remarketing, the nuances of remarketing, what works in remarketing, what doesn't work in remarketing. So whether me as a financial brand or whether Perfetti, if a customer has come, bought their product and they are not engaging that person, it's not going to be the future. So we have to keep a person engaged. I had a point, we are living in a digital world. And I had made this point for you. If you are not connected, then you will not be recommended and you will not be remembered. So because there is so much advertising happening, there's so much. Earlier, we used to live in the world of brands because there was very limited stuff available. If we knew this was from Ponds, Lakme or XYZ, then the quality was good. Then we moved to the world of reviews, where anybody, like today, my friend who's making candy doesn't have a brand, but he sells 40 crores. He makes a profit of about huge amount of profit, but he's able to sell basis the power of his reviews, because he made a fantastic product. The guy is a research guy. He's built an amazing product. So even when I try his candy, I just, how did this guy do it? It's all natural, no preservatives, he claims. So I can't vouch for it, but see, but even today, other day I was talking to him, when we were all talking, world of reviews is over. When was the last review did you read? Did you read a review in the last 3 months or 4 months? No, even reviews are dead. Today we are living in the world of influencers and alliances. So what he was talking about, that they have to align with that games where their products have to be available. Today we are living, we don't even bother reading a review. We want to see, yaar, ye influencer kya kha raha hai? Ye influencer kya pehen rahi hai? Ye influencer. So we are living in the world of influencers. So even we are to a huge extent out of the reviews, and the market is changing very fast. So guys, you're living in the world of influencers and alliances. So if one takeaway I was to give to you, that please think of this, that how can you create alliances? How can you create influencers? Like I was talking to a brand which is into a product. They were telling me, Sanjeev, we want to give a QR code, give us X number of QR codes, which are financial nuggets, which help a person achieve great financial future. And we are going to print these QR codes so that person can unlock these nuggets. Imagine the power of that. It's so simple, yet so powerful, that these are my 15 nuggets. And probably the guy will buy 50, 60 products to make sure he's got all the 15 nuggets, because that will make his future better. So this is the point is, guys, this is the world of reviews is over. It's a time of influencer and alliances. As marketing officers, capture that.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Just, I think one last summary. I know we are running tight on time. So the interesting part, I think, friends, for you is, as Sanjeev said, metaverse is not something which is going to happen. Parts of it are already visible for all of us. I think it's on all of us to enter it, to use it responsibly, to be careful about the digital trails we are leaving or we are asking our audiences and consumers to leave. But at the same time, not be afraid to try and experiment with new things. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, Rajesh. Great session. Thank you all.
Can I please request all of you to take a picture together? Thank you once again, Mr. Ramakrishnan, Mr. Bajaj, and Ms. Mishra for that wonderful session. I'm sure you're enjoying all these conversations that are happening here. Use the hashtag IamMarketer and BWMWB. Whoever started clapping, you can continue along with the other people. Wonderful. While we set up for the next session, we have our partners' videos for you all to enjoy. Can we please have them? Thank you.
Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
Just FYI, we are not taking any breaks, so we are just setting up for the next session to begin. I know networkings are absolutely critical, but I'll request you all to kindly get back to your seats so that we can begin the next session. Thank you.
नई सुबह, नई उमंग, देखो भारत का बदलता रंग, टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत के साथ। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत।
If you know what the world's thinking, doing, and talking about, you know the decisions to make to grow. If you know the demand, you can plan the supply. And if you have the intelligence at your fingertips, you can move in the moment. If you can extract the signals from the noise, you can see past the data. If you have the intelligence on Germany's tech superstores from last week, then you could optimize your strategy this week. When the consumer data tells you that market X is outperforming market Y, then you know you can outmaneuver your competitors. If you have always-on access to market behavior while you're in California, then you could plan your product launch in India. And if you know your brand performance in China, then you know you can plan for sustainable growth. If you know the early adopters' response to your campaign, you can adjust your media strategy. Or if your country manager is alerted that she could lose market share in Brazil in Q4, she can change course in Q3. If you know what's happening tomorrow, you could transform your business today. At GfK, knowledge is our currency. We track over 180 million products and process trillions of data points for our clients. We bring decades of independent wisdom and expertise to the table. supplying the critical resources to help businesses thrive through turbulent times. Trust, forged from powerful global partnerships. Consulting services that trigger ideas and action. Redefining industry practice and standards. If you know exactly when you need to know, then you can move with conviction.
Thank you once again to all our partners for making an impact and bringing all of us together under this roof. So one of the things I'm excited about, of course, we're talking about metaverse and the digital landscape itself, but one of the things that remains constant is the physical presence. As you can see just now, after the session, it's absolutely easy for us to reach out to people and have a conversation. I think that's the beauty of this event as well, bringing all of us under a single roof. So kudos to the team for making it happen. And with this, I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats once again as we embark upon another great session. This is going to be the great MWB debate. With its raging success by far, metaverse dominating the next phase of digital is not a question as such. So let's dive into finding out if it is a marketing gimmick or really the future of internet. For this session, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Vinod Elangovan, if I said it right. If I didn't, I apologize. Director, Digital Solutions, AB InBev GCC. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome Mr. Elangovan on stage. Joining him is Mr. Chandan Mukherjee, Director and Executive Vice President, Strategy, Marketing and Communications at Nestle. Now, this is a debate, and both these gentlemen are speaking for the motion. We are taking you back to your school days where you also get to be a part of the conversation, and you can actually channel your inner Navjot Singh Sidhu by judging the debate and letting us know who do you think is the winner. Okay, while we have Mr. Akash D. Batra, Executive Director and Head of Marketing Growth, CX and Analytics at DBS Bank, joining in. You can request, you can put your hands together. Thank you. Joining him is Mr. Shashank Singh, CEO and co-founder at Backstage. Wow, you did not like the blazer Mr. Singh is wearing? Why is there not much of applause? Yes? Perfect. So both these gentlemen on my left, Mr. Batra and Mr. Singh, is going to speak against the motion. Of course, we have our marketing veteran, Mr. Lloyd Matthias, business strategist and independent director, joining in as the session chair. Well, given, as I said, this is a debate format, at the end of the session, we'll take a call and you can vote in favor of or against the debate that will happen. Sir, over to you. Is it, no, you're absolutely audible without the mic also. No.
Sorry about that. Thanks for that introduction. Nice, deeply appreciate it. I think we've got a great panel out here to debate a very important subject, right? We've got people across industries. So we've got banking, we've got consumer goods in Nestle, banking and DBS, of course. Then we've got, again, beverages, AB InBev, the big daddy of beer. And of course, we've got a representative from an international market. So Shashank is with Backstage based out of the US. And in a sense, a lot of what he does is pretty much within the metaverse space. So I think it's a great panel. And just coming to the subject, just to share a quick perspective, I think all of us, and I think the whole discussion around this entire session is about the metaverse. And I think there are a couple of key issues. One is things tend to get hyped a lot before they become reality. And I think what this panel is out to debate is to what extent is this hype justified? Where do we stand today? And there's a Bloomberg report that says that the metaverse will be an $800 billion market by 2024, right? So there are all kinds of elements that are being sprung on. And just to set the context, I guess all of you will get it already, is that the Web 1.0 was really one way when we went to a website to just understand. Web 2.0 became social when all of us interacted widely, social media, and we had our say and it became one to many. I think the metaverse brings into play Web 3.0, which is, really immersing ourselves into the digital space through avatars and actually kind of creating, transacting. So it's going to be a live immersive experience. We've got a rich panel, so I'm going to throw it open and really get their perspectives. And maybe I want to start with Chandan, who's in Nestle, and really understand from Chandan, why do you think a lot of where we are on the metaverse is such a positive thing?
Now it's good. Okay, so the metaverse, of course, there's a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, a lot of talk about the metaverse, but we have to understand that the whole digital economy is kind of progressing and it's moving pretty fast, and metaverse is probably one of the few elements which is going to be an important part of the next version of the digital economy. So it's there in a certain way already, in a very, very small and very, very minute way, but it's going to evolve into a very, very, big space, essentially because of three things. First of all, if you look at the genesis of the metaverse, and if you look at, our target consumers, which could be, let's say, Gen Z, or maybe the next generation, which is Gen Alpha, or maybe the younger millennials and so on, they're clearly looking at more immersive experiences. I mean, that's becoming very, very important. They're looking at how do we express their own, or how do they express their own identity, and their identity could have different forms and could have different ways in which they want to express it in different ways. We already, on our different social platforms have different identities, and identity may have a certain way to kind of, express itself. And thirdly, if you look at way people work, way people live, way people socialize, way people, bring in various aspects, this entire immersive experience and identity and the entire area of ownership is also going to become more and more important. So fundamentally, there are elements around human motivations which are linked to this form of expression and this 3D virtual space, which is going to be, with the metaverse around it, where people can work, people can live, people can play, people can transact, people can have these various avatars, and people can have various forms, is something that's going to be another important element of how the digital ecosystem is going to evolve. Now, today, from a consumer goods marketer point of view, we are not looking at, if you have, let's say, 300 million households in India, we're not looking at how do we build one new product for 200 or 150 million households. We are looking at something that could be relevant for, let's say, 10 million or 5 million or 3 million households or consumers and stuff like that. And that's where the role of metaverse comes in. It gives you the potential to engage very, very deeply, to kind of, bring alive your brand and your experiences. Of course, it has to be done responsibly, has to be done, keeping purpose and values in mind. And in that respect, we'll have a role to play in the digital economy, in the Web 3.0 as it evolves, because you will have more autonomous ways of looking at things, and some of the elements around the metaverse are moving in that direction, where you can operate with a certain way, you can organize yourself in this more digitally autonomous space. Of course, it'll have to have its own boundaries and its own rules and regulation and everything around it, but the space is ripe because it's linked to human motivation, it's linked to what brands can do as experiences, and it's linked to where people can take the economy to the next stage. I was reading something some years ago on how the internet first came into existence, way back in 1970s or 1960s. And there, when the internet was coming into existence, people were thinking, what is this all about? You could send an email from New York to London, which reaches in 5 seconds or 10 seconds. And people thought, wow, this is something, which may not happen. You could post something and that only, goes through snail mail or whatever through the postal system, which takes years. And today it's a part of our life. We don't even think about it. We don't even bother about it. I mean, it's so ingrained. So therefore, I think some of the conversations around metaverse are a little bit fictitious sometimes, and this is going to happen and that's going to happen. But that is what happens when something is in its infancy. And when you're imagining a future which is linked to experiences, linked to identity, linked to ownership, linked to the way, people can live their lives, I think some of the conversations are very, very ripe for that to happen. But there's definite future for the metaverse in that sense. I mean, we have already done a little bit of iterating around metaverse for Munch, which is one of our chocolate brands. And we did something just around IPL where players could meet their favorite cricketers in a metaverse. And that was an interesting way of bringing alive the brand experience, inspire young people to meet their favorite cricketers, and very, very linked to the confidence and inspiration that Munch brings in. So therefore, if it's linked with what the brand is about, if it appeals to your target consumer, and there is a role for it, there's definite space around.
Fantastic, Chandan. Thank you for that great perspective. I think what you've clearly articulated is that what seems like hype in the short term, before you know it can become, and right now it could be still, let's say, a small sliver of Nestle's vast audiences, but years from now it could be mainstream. So I think great perspective. So Akash, I want to come across to you and DBS Bank, and understand why you think some of this hype is a little unjustified and why a lot of it is partially a bubble.
Yes, I'm on. Thanks. So I have liberty from my co-panelists to be a little bit more direct and more and make sure that I attack on every point that they've mentioned. So I have all the permissions on that. I was thinking the most interesting thing about this topic is just a couple of months back, Chandan and I were in a panel discussion, and I was on that side, right? And I've been put on this side, so I have to be fairly innovative and creative in talking about this conversation, right? So let me try to deflate, and I repeat myself, deflate the bubble and not kind of puncture it, because I think there is some value there, right? I think start with the fundamentals. Metaverse is not immersive, not just immersive virtual experiences, not just, and I just want to underscore that, right? And I think this conversation about metaverse is only about immersive experiences and so on and so forth. I sat through a couple of sessions. I just heard that statement again and again and again. That's point number one. It's not just immersive experience. Number two, it's not just about transactions through cryptos and wallets and using blockchains and so on and so forth, right? It's not just about making sure that there is a decentralized way of managing the ecosystem and not a couple of players actually running the show like it's there in Web 2.0, right? It's not just about owning an asset, right? I mean, it's actually a combination of all four of them, right? I mean, look at this, right? The immersive virtual experiences have been around for years now, right? Letting people use virtual reality or augmented reality has been done and explored for multiple times over, right? So the first argument that I come up with is, if everyone thinks that metaverse is here and now, my argument is it's not, right? It's the larger challenge is we don't even know what it is, and I'm the first person to say this, right? And all conversations that you hear, you always hear the 3 or 4 same statements, largely because it's actually too small for it to be relevant, right? That's my argument number one. My argument number two is, the other conversation that you always hear in such conferences is that, marketing and advertising is going to be a key critical element of the whole, metaverse economy, so to say, right? And, I always wonder, if gaming is a natural precursor to metaverse or Web 3.0, if you just look at the numbers, in-game advertising across the world is about $6 billion. And the overall ADEX is about $660 billion. So what are we even talking about, right? Saying that metaverse has some value. I mean, as brands and marketers, we're still not invested in an environment which is probably getting us ready for the eventuality of when metaverse becomes reality, right? That's point number two. My third argument is that there are fairly essential infrastructure elements which are required. And let me start with the one which is obviously closer to the business that I work in, commercial infrastructure, right? The reliance, and you were discussing right before this, the reliance on cryptocurrencies today seems to be fairly integral to the concept of metaverse, right? And I don't want to get into it, but inherent value recognized by government. I do believe there is a room for a digital currency, which even RBI and some of the other governments are working on it. But till it becomes mainstream acceptable by government entities, I don't think that dream of decentralized transactions through blockchain will be possible. Quickly, a couple of other points, right? Technology. The whole genesis of Web 2.0 and the scale that it delivered, or the value that it delivered, came because one of the reasons was the low-end, high-power mobile phones, right? the experience that we talk about immersive virtual experiences will need very high-end infrastructures, and I don't think we're ready for that. Yes, 5G might have a role to play, but I think it's going to still take time for it to become mainstream, right? I mean, again, low end is going to be another question. I think the last conversation, the moderator talked about data and privacy, right? I mean, we're still dealing with data and privacy in the Web 2.0, so I'm not even very sure about where to start on Web 3.0 or metaverse, right? Finally, I think skills, right? As brands and marketers, I'm again the first person to say we have no experience in managing anything on this, right? I don't even think that the ecosystem in India is actually ready for you to launch anything like that. Yes, you might launch a few things which eventually give you some attention, drive some sort of say innovation attributes in consumers' mind, or drive top of mind recall, but that's pretty much it. And I don't think there will be enough and more cases which sustain, right? So, examples that we heard in some of the previous conversations about, Nike shoes, Nike still looks committed, or the work that the fashion industry has done, those are one-off events, right? I mean, there are very few which are actually extending or expanding it to the whole thing. I think I've taken more time than I thought I would.
That was great. I just like the whole tone and tenor. I think, yeah, you've raised extremely good points. And, while not wanting to tilt the debate and my job as moderator, I think interesting, and, I largely agree, but just want to contrast it with one critical point is that we often underestimate the pace of change, right? If I tell this audience out here that in 2014, can you leave home without your wallet and your credit card, you'd be laughing. You'd run back right back home, right? Many of you remember a famous Amex tagline, "Don't leave home without it." Now, there are lots of days when I just realize I move out with my mobile phone. I can transact reasonable amounts of things, right? Not necessarily buy a car, but you can buy things. So that's one. And my other favorite example, of course, is my days in telco. In 2012, 40% of telco's profits came from value-added services, and the big chunk of value-added services was SMS, right? And then the SMSs, we used to have those ABCD, astrology, Bollywood, cricket, devotion, and then WhatsApp happened. And 2 years later, most companies said, SMS, what is that? Right? So the pace of change can be, but I'm not going to tilt this debate either way, and that's not my role as a moderator. I'm going to throw it over to Vinod from AB InBev, a company that owns all the brands barring, say, Kingfisher and Tuborg and Heineken, but we'll keep that for another discussion. And why don't you tell us why you believe it's here to stay, and what are your thoughts on it?
So I'll start with what Akash said, right? Like, is the tech over here? I also don't believe that the tech is there, right? But picking up from what Loyal said, the innovation, the pace of innovation has like fast, right? To give an example, so in 2004, the first of Arcoots and Facebook came in, right? What we could do with that, we had Edge 2G, right? We could be able to post some statuses over there, chat with people, etc. 3 years down the line, Instagram came in because 3G came in, and we were able to take good photographs. The hardware of the mobile increased. The cost of storing the data got decreased. The internet speeds got increased. And this is like within a span of like 3 to 4 years, right? And then 4G came in. Now what we do, we are having TikToks, all reels and everything, right? So the technology as such is like evolving. Even if you see in this entire space, the evolution from Facebook, where it was to what it is right now, it's been at a fast pace, and it's been like a lot of data and a lot of information. So because the technology is evolving, metaverse is inevitable, right? Like you're going to have a lot of good hardware coming in. The internet with the 5G is going to be a lot more faster, right? And the cost of storing information, it is going down. So from that standpoint, the metaverse on a whole, it's already there, but not in every space, as you said. Yes, perfect. On the gaming industry, you spoke about the gaming industry, which is like pretty less. Why it is like pretty less? Because the kind of hardware you need for that, the Fortnite at this point in time has somewhere around 500 million users, right? The marketing for this 500 users is very specific target. From big brands and perspective standpoint, this 500 might not be their actual consumers, right? The immersive experience they have. The second problem which you spoke about, basically how to target these people. The metaverse in itself is a lot more immersive. I need to like think about how am I going to like take these people away from metaverse and then like to start looking into my brands. That's again the second pain point which we need to look into, right? So going a bit deep into the gaming industry itself. So I myself am a gamer. I used to like still play a lot of Dota, Fortnite, and etc. Right? The reason I go in over there, it's kind of a virtual environment. I'm able to do things which I'm not able to do on the real world, right? So with the metaverse, a lot of people are going to start experiencing this. I can do, like, I can be a Superman over there. I can be a Batman over there, right? And that's kind of a bit immersive. And also it gives you a lot of instant gratification. So the main reason the social media exists at this point in time is just on this one concept of instant gratification. With metaverse, with that immersive experience, that's going to be a lot more. So what happens over there with the hardware going up, with the internet speeds going up, and because there's going to be a lot of dopamine hit in this metaverse, a lot of people are going to go into this world, start experiencing things. So from that standpoint, I still feel the brands need to start looking into it. Maybe not immediately, but they need to start experimenting and understanding the key pressure points over here, so that in the future, when it becomes a bit big, they're all like prepared.
So thanks, Vinod. I think, yeah, essentially, I think what you're saying is that everything starts small, and more importantly, until you get into the space, you're not able to, eventually brands have to de-risk business. And obviously, you can't, if the whole world is migrating there and if transactions are happening there, how does a brand stay off it? So absolutely valid point. Moving across to Shashank, and Shashank runs an interesting platform called Backstage. I'll let him at least tell us a little bit about it. So in a sense, he lives the metaverse, because Backstage is a virtual interactive platform that brands use to embed real conversations, live conversations. They can also use them subsequently. So what are your thoughts on why do you think, in a sense, the metaverse's time is not here fully?
Yeah, so hello everyone. I think like metaverse is in very infancy stages right now. The experiences we are talking about is already existing in Web 2.0. As Akash said, like metaverse is, we don't know what metaverse is actually. No one knows exactly what defines metaverse. Like if you see all the things people talked about today was virtual reality. They talked about mixed reality. They talked about even trying on something physically using your phone. Is that metaverse? We don't know yet. Most of the metaverse where Facebook, like for example, Facebook changed its name to Meta, and they are trying to create their own metaverse. What is that about? It's about actually like you wearing Oculus and you're having your own digital identity in a virtual space and you're interacting with people. Just to tell you, like they have lost $2.96 billion in first 3 months of this year. So they are spending a lot of money to create a metaverse, which nobody knows exactly like when the metaverse will be ready. Zuckerberg himself said that this is what they are building is for 2030s, not 2020s. And we are in 2022. So 8 years from now, then 2030s, they are talking about, we don't know, nobody knows what's going to happen in 8 years from now. That's how the technology evolves. Second point I want to mention is like, whenever I personally look at technology or anything, I always try to see like what changes that brings to a common man. Joe the plumber, like who is actually working hard every day using like mobile phones. Yes, he needed it because now he is getting his appointments. He's doing a lot of business using mobile phone. That's why mobile phone was so important for that. Like how is metaverse going to change their life? If not yet, then I think it's too far away from the reality. Yes, brands, should they pay attention to metaverse? Yes, they should. Like Akash said, one-off events, people want to do it. They want to get ready for when the eventual thing happens, because all these things are like in our, like I come from a startup, so we do some beta testing. We want to release certain things and we want to see like how audience reaction is. If we see certain things over there, obviously we want to spend a little more over there. We want to invest our technology and see for like when we are building businesses, we are looking at 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and we are putting our foot forward and trying to get those understanding about be it metaverse or be it anything else. So my take on it is like metaverse is going to happen. It's not going to be like it's going to change the whole internet, like where everyone would be on a metaverse. Like what's the need actually? There would be gamers, yes, they would be on metaverse because it's interactive, it's very immersive, it's very fun to be there. Is everybody gamer today? No, they are not. I mean, has PS3, PS, all the PlayStations and Xbox taken over the world? Yes, they have. They have a good segment of people there. But as Akash said again, like it's just $6 billion in marketing for brands versus $660 billion in ad tech today. So my take on that is like, yes, it will eventually take a lot of time, but it would be a small segment, it would be a niche. And yes, as a marketer, do we need to reach out there? Yes, if I have $100 to spend on marketing, I would be spending $2 to $5 on metaverse. Rest 95% would be spent on other stuff what we are doing today.
Thanks, Shashank. I think great. And then moving back to Chandan. I think Chandan, the point you made beginning is that everything starts small and will grow over time. And as of now, not to de-risk brands you would want to. There are a lot of uncontrollable elements around the metaverse, right? I think Akash mentioned briefly about, say, cryptos. I mean, there is a bit of controversy in the economic value, but there are elements of the metaverse that today are real and are used tangibly, right? So I know Fortune 500 companies that have elements of blockchain in their contract storing process, because there is, and possibly it could become the norm in a few years, we never know. So in that context, how do you see the evolution, and specifically in the context of testing and furthering the debate?
So and you said it, there are elements which are there in the metaverse, or which can go towards putting together the metaverse. There are elements which are probably gaining some momentum, and there are elements which are unknown and which will kind of come in, like you said about technology and the speeds, and whether it will work on small devices, and whether it would be accessible to all, and so on. But look at it this way, today we have many different media vehicles, marketing vehicles to talk. How much do you spend in different categories on email marketing? How much do you spend behind reels? How much do you spend behind, let's say, doing something on ratings and reviews? How much do you spend behind influencers? Are these like 70%? In some categories, in some businesses, some sectors, maybe something is very big, but in another sector, maybe something is more dispersed. And maybe you're spending, 3% behind email marketing and 5% behind reels and 2.5% behind something else. So therefore, it's using different touch points and using different vehicles to reach your target consumers to finally create attractive and rewarding experiences for them. And if you look at, our young generations like the gaming generation of today, who are interested in, immersive experiences in a certain way. Maybe it's, what is immersive, of course, can be another topic of big debate on what is immersion and what is engagement and what it is and what it is not. But if you were to look at, some of the elements of the kind of experience you can build, the kind of identities that you can bring in, and people want to sort of, have and talk about different identities, and gaming is a way to express identities and layer on of ownership on top of that. If people can own things, and people today, sort of take pride in owning this and owning that, and if you could own a virtual piece and own another piece, and of course the currency is not real today, but I think, there are various players working towards it, the various, again, in stages of infancy. And like you said, Lloyd, UPI, who would have thought 5 years ago that UPI would have taken off in such a big way? 20 years ago, nobody would have even thought that beyond a currency note, something would have been that relevant. And then the kind of, shift that we have had into the credit card economy, and then now into the UPI economy, and people are now talking of even touchless and stuff like that, and probably that will be the next stage. So there are elements which are unknown, but it doesn't mean we should lose the opportunity or not, or leave the opportunity on the table. I think it's relevant if it meets your purpose, if you have a business case for it, if you think your consumer is out there and and it's linked with what you would like to do and how you bring alive your brand, there is a case for it. And the case is all revolving around elements which are there. We'll have to work through certain, unknowns on what is this metaverse all about, how people can get close to one another, what are the rules there in the metaverse, is it privacy compliant, is there a regulator, and various other things. But like Web 3.0, where things are moving into more and more decentralized, autonomous, unbundled, areas, I think all these will start kicking in. Some of the elements like blockchain, and in food, for example, we are looking at blockchain of how do you trace back food to its very start from the farm and so on. And there is a case for it on how you use blockchain. So in areas where you could use these elements in the right way, for our coffee, category, for example, where we have coffee machines in different parts of the world, it's a very nice way to bring alive the coffee experience. When you're talking about, taking breaks in a certain way, I think the metaverse brings alive breaks, and we have brands like KitKat, for example, which are all about breaks and so on. So again, will it be applicable to everything under the sun? No, but it would be applicable in a very, very relevant way to certain things where there is a relevant connection. and the virtual spaces which are interlinked and interoperable, and maybe these are things that will evolve. We don't yet know what does interoperability mean. I mean, it's not so easy to get interoperability in, but it is coming, and these things come faster than we think they come. Sometimes it's very easy to kind of say that it's too far, and you have it very, very close, and you can keep postponing it. But I think we'll have to grapple with some of these new elements, like the digital economy has taught us, that many things are coming much faster than we think they actually would come in. And therefore, the preparedness to get into that and to absorb some of these elements in tune with the consumer who is sort of, in the digital era, the young consumer of today. You look at a simple thing like Discord as a platform. Who would have thought 3 years ago that such a platform would kind of exist and would take off at such a big speed? And the kind of way in which you see some school students and college students getting absorbed in Discord is quite amazing. Brands are still trying to figure out whether they should be there or not there, in what way they should be there, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. But it's there, and metaverse gives us an opportunity that there's something coming, and it's a very big thing coming. And therefore, I think we need to prepare ourselves for it. There are certain experiments, and that's exactly why we did this small experiment, a small iteration on one of our brands, and there are many more that could possibly come in.
Fantastic. So taking it across to Akash, and I think what Chandan's getting at is effectively that there is real economic value coming through, right? In the not so distant future, or maybe even now, you're immersed in the metaverse, your virtual avatar is there, you're working, solving some Sudoku puzzles, you want to take a break, you want to grab a Kit Kat, you want to have a coffee, and maybe that Kit Kat and that coffee will come with some tangible value. Maybe you'll use it in some cryptocurrency, which will be linked in the real world to a purse, or maybe later in the evening, you might want to grab a bud, and you might still be paying. So what makes you think a lot of that doesn't interest large brands and businesses? Because you got to be there. If some economic transaction is happening in the real world, in the virtual world, you got to be there. And these are eventual realities, right? Like we said, 10 years back, life was different. Now it's different. We can go home without our wallets, so we can leave home without our wallets. So why would you as a banker not think this scenario to be real?
Sure. So let me see it from two perspectives, and then try to answer that question. See, the one thing is, as a banking financial services provider, our critical role will always be to enable the commercial transaction, right? I think as a bank, right? And again, for example, in Singapore itself, where cryptocurrency is legit, we have a digital exchange which allows people to invest, exchange like they would do in a capital market, right? So I think from that role perspective, I think as a bank, we're making sure we're on track with the trends, right? I think the customer wants it, there's interest in it, we need to be there. I think, but again, the area that I like to see it from a brand and a marketer's lens, that's what my expertise is. I think the conversation always is that as a marketer, I need to drive outcomes this year, right? I mean, not to say brand long year, I'm just keeping that out of mind, right? Therefore, the choice of where I invest my money will always be reliant on what objective and what outcomes can I drive, right? I mean, yes, the possibilities and what you can deliver through metaverse seem absolutely phenomenal, right? I mean, if you go to basics of saying that, where is the data, where's the targeting available, where is my opportunity to even understand who that customer is, right? So, and which are in my mind fairly fundamental requirements for leveraging any platform, right? Again, as I said, if the intent largely tends to be that I need to be first in metaverse and I need to make sure I learn from it and also make a noise in the non-metaverse, I think that's the trend that we see, and which in my mind will continue for quite some time, right? I mean, that's one. The other thing was, I think my favorite conversation of gaming, right? I mean, if you look at it, these are similar challenges in gaming, right? Brand safety, for example, right? And brand safety is very critical for brand marketers, right? One of the reasons why gaming hasn't ever picked up is because, as a fundamental brand builder, you're going to ask your questions about, am I being associated with violence and with gore and so on and so forth. And therefore, and the fact that I don't have data, I don't have controls and so on and so forth. So I'm going to stay away from it, right? So I think in my mind, the opportunity is huge. I think the possibilities look amazing and immense. But I think we're still very far away, right? And I just want to comment on the point that he said about time, and Chandan was mentioning that as well, right? I think in my mind, I think there are more pressing priorities for us, privacy, for example, in Web 2.0, which are actually more critical for us to deal with in the short run, in next 2 or 3 years. And when I say short run, 2 or 3 years, that just sounds oxymoronish, but that's what we will, I believe brand and marketers will focus more on. Yes, I mean, I agree with Chandan. Yes, you have to stay close to it. You have to try out a few things and you're ready. Just last point on which I mentioned about resources and workforce, right? For example, I mean, the only two people who are even dressed to look like gamers are Vinod and Shashank, right? I mean, the three of us. Sorry, Lloyd, we're still wearing a jeans. I don't even know if we're ready to be called a gamers. I mean, my best gaming experience is the fact that both my kids are on Roblox or Discord and so on and so forth, right? So I think it's very far away.
Great point. Do you want to counter that, Vinod? I mean, you think it's that far away that will not really interest brands here and now?
I have a different perspective over there. Every technology takes its time, right? Like if you're going to start, let's talk about a bit on the data analytics. We started collecting a lot of data. Everyone said, hey, data is there. We could do that. We could do this. The state we are in at this point in time is a lot more mature. Yes, there were data privacy issues. Yes, where to store the data? Am I going to lose this data? All these issues were there. Yes, I agree. It's not like fully sorted out, but there were policies brought in. There were like technology improvements. There were security improvements, which is happening, right? So from that standpoint, if you take the analogy of analytics, if the data company started thinking, hey, it's very far away, I'll just like sit on it, let the policies come in, and then like let me start working on data. Facebook wouldn't be this huge. Twitter wouldn't be this huge, right? They started working on it. They started building the policies across. They helped build the policies, the securities and everything. So as big brands as such, right? When Meta is coming, we also have a responsibility from that standpoint, saying that like, hey, this is coming. I'll be using this in the future. So from that standpoint, let me experiment, understand what are the loopholes over there so that I'm fully aware of it. Let me help build these policies. Let me help build the securities, right? If nobody is going to like look into that aspect, as you said, certain technologies just die out. That's because like there is not enough like enthusiasm about it. People don't look into it. People don't develop it, right? So at this point in time, Meta, since that like we are clear that like it's going to come into play, it's going to be there. I think as brand marketers, it's our responsibility to like really look into this. What is going to go wrong? How is it going to like work out? Let me start working out it right now so that like the people point of it as well. I start building the capability starting from now, rather than waiting like 4 or 5 years down the line, allowing the market to like boom and then like I become a like late bloomer.
So you think here and now is critical because these things don't let you have the luxury of time. You never can predict the future. What seems like a 5-year horizon, in 3 months, the world may change, and somebody could get permission on validity of digital stroke cryptocurrencies, and the world could change. So I see your point. Shashank, how do you see this?
I still agree that it's going to take a decent amount of time because like, again, going back to like, what is metaverse? And right now everyone says it's an immersive 3D experience, and how are you experiencing it? Most of the time it's you're wearing a gadget, actually, like Oculus or Microsoft had a HoloLens, which they discontinued. Google came with their AR glasses. But I have used Oculus, and I have know people who have used Oculus. You can't keep it more than 15 minutes, actually. You get very dizzy in like 15 minutes. How long they have been in this business? More than 10 years. Look at Magic Leap, a company based in US. They have raised $10 billion or more, and they still don't have a product for the market. And they're still raising billions of dollars for that. And people believing that they will someday come out with some device which people can actually wear and experience metaverse. And that's where my thing is like, it might come, but it's not here yet because technology has not evolved yet. Like we can think about it, yes, but has technology evolved where we can get that virtual reality experience by wearing a gadget? Maybe even if it's evolved, let's say like in 5 years from now, technological innovation happens, we solve all the problem. But then why would I will go back to the same question, like why will a Joe the plumber ever buy this? Yes, you can be a Superman in that virtual world, but not everyone does that. That's a very small segment of market where people want to live an alternate life and live there. The Joe the plumber is way too busy to even live an alternate life. He's just making money and surviving somehow. So that's where my thing is like, it will take a lot of time. Even if it takes time, there would be a very small segment of people leveraging that.
Okay, so I think we pretty much heard both sides out pretty much. I'll just let a quick last summary comment from either side. And maybe I want to go with you first, Akash, is why would you think that the metaverse is a lot of hype and bluster, but still not worthy of, becoming center stage to a business and a marketer strategy? And maybe a quick summary of why you think so.
I was telling Lloyd before this, saying every time there's a topic which becomes a conference topic, that takes ages to even materialize. So that's one sort of signal of why I think metaverse will take time. And I think just as a summary point, it's just too far away, right? While I agree with a lot of comments on things will evolve, we'll get rapidly there and so on and so forth, but at least I'm a firm believer that any technology platform which requires change in customer behavior tends to be a very high risk, high rewards game, right? Yes, we need to be invested. In my mind, the platform and tech companies a lot more than brand marketers. Yes, we need to be close to it, but I don't think it really necessarily deserves a lot of time investment from a money and people perspective. Yes, build towards it, but stay in touch with it, but don't lose sleep. Stay calm.
So Chandan, your closing remarks for the motion. Why do you think this is a lot more than just hype and hoopla, and there is something that you'd like to bet on?
Well, we have a digital native consumer today, which is a very relevant consumer for different brands, companies, businesses, as people. And I think we need to cater to their needs in terms of what they find interesting, relevant, meaningful in their lives. And I think Metaverse helps us get there, to be a part of that life and part of that ecosystem. Is this going to be relevant for all the 7 billion people of the world? No. Is it going to be relevant for all our 1.4 billion people in India? No. But it's going to be relevant for that particular digital native consumer because it's about emotion, it's about engagement, it's about ownership, it's about identity, it's about avatars, it's about everything. Will the ecosystem fall in place? I think there are enough players who are working in the ecosystem. Many things are very, very complicated, of course, but I think things will come into play because this virtual interconnected ecosystem is going to be an important part of not just the real ecosystem that we're living in, because the digital native consumer will lead that change and the change will come faster than we think.
Terrific. I think that's a great debate and love your points and fully appreciate. I think just to close it, I think there's not much to be said. Just want to see what the audience thinks. So how many in the audience believe that the metaverse is real, is here to stay, is the future of marketing? And all those who agree on that, can you please stand up?
Say social pressure, right? How can you not stay with the trend? If somebody takes a photograph that puts it saying, oh, we're the tech guys, brand guys, but not standing up for metaverse, I understand that's a big challenge as well.
Good fight back, Akash. But one of the challenges these guys threw at me saying that given our sponsors, can you do one of those, shouting games? I said, look, I can't, but I'll get close to actually this one. So thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Thank you for your attention. Great debate, lots of points. And thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'll request you all to kindly get in the center and take a picture together. Remember, everyone who just stood up, will be changing our cards accordingly. If you did stand up on the note, you might be in for a surprise. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much once again for participating, though. Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen, once again for that insightful conversation. Right. Here's an opportunity for us to thank once again our partners, Times Network, for being so kind and being a part of this amazing event that we have. Do you want to show another video? Can you do that? That'll be amazing. Thanks.
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
नई सुबह, नई उमंग, देखो भारत का बदलता रंग। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत के साथ। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत।
If you know what the world's thinking, doing, and talking about,
Right. So once again, after 2 years of subdued festivities, this year will bring back the joy of celebrations, and some 25 crore Indians are ready to begin their festive shopping with Times Network's Happy India Shopping Utsav. Once again, if you want to be on the list of the shopping list of the brand, reach out to any Times Network representative that we have present here. Are they in the room as well, or they're outside at the reception? They're right here. So please make sure that you reach out to us, exchange those valuable cards that we've been doing throughout, right? Wonderful. With this, so we'll move on to the marketers roundtable. In the last session, we spoke about metaverse. Might take a little bit of time to get there. We're talking about exactly that, how the brands are rewriting the rules of marketing in this marketers roundtable. It's an honor and a privilege to invite on stage, in no particular order, of course, Ms. Bhuvana Subramanian, Chief Marketing Officer, Randstad India. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome the lady on the dais. Please keep that applause going for Mr. Manik Mahajan, Director, Digital Marketing and E-Commerce, Philips DA. Oh, I just looked up and I realized we don't have people, so hence the applause. I understand. Fantastic. Mr. Rahul Talwar, CMO, Max Life Insurance. I'll request you to kindly join us, sir. Ms. Ruchika Gupta, Marketing Director, Beam Suntory India, also joining us in this Marketers Roundtable. Mr. Siddharth Butalia, Chief Marketing Officer, AirAsia India, joining in as well. You can actually put your hands together for the gentleman walking up. And they are in conversation with Ms. Sonali Malviya, Managing Director at Essence India. So that's the roundtable. Ma'am, I'll hand it over to you.
Hi, everybody. I think I've spoken to everybody. Rahul, hi. I'm going to have a tough time on this panel considering nobody stood up in favor of the metaverse. So there's going to be fireworks. Let's wait for some. We have 30 minutes and we have a really eminent panel sitting in front of us here. I will dive straight in. And I think before we even start, it's really interesting to see the speed at which the Web3 movement is gaining momentum. Today, it sits at $200+ billion, and it's poised to grow to about $13 trillion in the next 10 years. Of course, wherever you look, the numbers are different. But today, it's not limited only to online gaming. There's hardware, there's software, live entertainment. Everywhere you look, there are more and more use cases emerging every day. And closer home to where we all really live, Fashion Week is moving to the metaverse. We now have pretty much everywhere you look brands. So Lego is investing $2 billion with Sony to get into the metaverse. Epic Games is building a metaverse for kids. Yes, of course, there are 100 issues that still need to be addressed, but it is here and now. But enough from me. I am going to dive into the subject and start talking to and getting a perspective from our eminent panelists here. So my first question, and I'm going to dive into this. Let's start with you, Manik. What does the metaverse mean for you? And this is actually taking a step back because we've now had so many conversations about the technicalities, and we've gone so deep into the metaverse that I actually feel like taking a step back and asking the question on what does the metaverse really mean for you? And does it redefine the existing rules of marketing for you?
Okay, so let's start from the basic. First of all, before I even try to answer that question, I really loved the last session and the way it ended. Because that is the same debate that we keep having within the team. Is the metaverse going to be what we all think it is going to be? The dreams that we think of, the virtual connected world where everything will be seamlessly connected to each other and consumer would be able to walk through the virtual environment from one place to another and experience everything immersive, etc., etc. At the same point in time, we force ourselves to come back to reality and say, boss, we have a problem today. Let's see where this metaverse can help us solve this problem today. So I will directly deep dive into the problems that we discussed that we really think that metaverse can help us solve today, without even being what people claim it would be in the next few years. So I come from Philips Domestic Appliances, and in my industry, the consumer durable industry, one of the biggest challenges, I'll talk about two use cases. One of the biggest challenges, one of the biggest marketing spends is actually not into TV or digital. One of the biggest spends is in the in-store promoter or the demonstration program, right? Many of you would not know, we have more than 800 demonstrators across the country positioned in a store whose job is to give a demonstration to the consumer who walks in and explain how the products work. Now, think of it from this perspective that this 800 people who are standing inside the store, first of all, is a very high cost. Second, also we struggle to deliver the same experience because every person has a different individual personality. He delivers the same speech in a different manner. And what the consumer takes away from every demonstrator is something different. Some of the demonstrators are excellent and some are not so good. At the same point in time, we have a limitation that we cannot go to each and every store. We cannot go to each and every touch point where the consumer is and give that same standard demonstration experience. This is where we believe the metaverse, in one way or another, can immediately bring a solution. How? Just imagine 2 or 3 scenarios. You walk into a store, you see 4 or 5 products in front of you. You want to understand how to use that product or how that product is relevant for you. There is a VR headset inside that store. So rather than investing in a person, I invest in the technology, which is the VR headset. You wear that VR headset for 15 minutes because definitely it's not comfortable wearing for more than that time. You wear it, you understand whether the product is relevant for you or not. Same thing you could do on the online world. You go to Amazon, you go to Flipkart, and you try to shop and you don't get the experience of the product. You don't understand how it will work. Videos are not so engaging. That is where, again, this could come into play if you have your own personal VR gadgets. So this is one use case where we personally believe metaverse can add a lot of value immediately. The second use case, which we believe will add a lot of value, is actually not even from marketing. It's actually from industrialization, factory. And this is one of the use cases which I believe is even more simpler to deploy. So one of the biggest challenges we face is when the new manpower comes into the factory on the production line, and we have to stop one of the production lines to train them, right? The whole production line has to be stopped, one whole production line, and these guys have to get hands-on experience assembling the whole product. Only once they are trained, they are put into the live production line. Now think of the scenario where metaverse can help me create the whole production line in a virtual world where these people, when they come in for training, they are able to experience the whole assembling process, get comfortable with it, become an expert, and directly move on to a production line. This is another use case where we believe metaverse can add a lot of value immediately. It's not a marketing use case, but it is definitely a use case that we believe will have a lot of value for us. So this is what we believe metaverse will be for us.
Thank you. And I think that's really insightful because so far we haven't actually considered it from a day-to-day business use case. So far it has been about entertainment, gaming, all of the more experiential uses of the metaverse. Rahul, I wanted to ask you, what do you feel and where do you stand on the subject of the metaverse?
Yeah, hi, good evening. So I'm representing Max Life Insurance. Like we heard from Manik, I think a very interesting nuance of our category per se, which is the entire insurance, largely life insurance space, is the long-termness of a policy contract. Now, you may have any kind of a life insurance policy, but fundamentally, you are in this game for the long term if you want to reap the benefits out of it, whether you take a term plan or you take a non-term plan, a ULIP, etc. Now, this entire dimension of time into metaverse, I think for a category like ours is not a debate, because we know that if we have to persist with our customers and if we have to keep them engaged over this entire term, which is about 10 years, 25 years, 40 years, if you buy young, we know that this metaverse is a reality. That's first. Second, like Manik mentioned, similar thought process at our end. We are again a category or a business which is B to B to C. There is a huge interplay of an intermediary. You may all know them as agent advisors, your bank relationship managers. And in the long termness, as we see the life insurance space, we know that there will always be a human factor to this digitally native audience that's growing up, and that's going to keep becoming bigger and bigger. Again, if I look at immersive experience of metaverse to engage customers, time may be a dimension, but the debate is not about whether we have to use metaverse or not. So that's first. Second, because of this B2B to C nature of our category and our business, training comes out to be a big use case for ourselves as well. Because fundamentally, it may seem simple that it's a life insurance product, but the kind of personalization, the kind of customization that a life insurance product can offer, the role of the intermediary becomes very important, or the role of this human factor. And we believe again that training is a huge use case, not for again a medium term to a long term horizon, but assuming that all tech solves and all infrastructure solves are available in the larger ecosystem that metaverse is going to link us with. We believe that there needs to be not just a foot in the door strategy to metaverse, but really a meaningful play. Now, again, there are some assumptions that I've made in this thought process, but we believe that it's there for us to acknowledge and to have a play because of the time horizon that our product offers to our customers.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to turn over to this side of the room as well. And Ruchika, this one is for you. Where do you see Web 3.0's greatest successes today and in the future?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. So I think before we get to Web 3.0, we'll just start by saying that there never has been a more exciting time for marketers. We're talking about Web 3.0, we're talking about metaverse. Still a while back, we were only talking about print and, 2, 3 majors, just maybe radio. If you're really creative, you'll make a page on Facebook. But look at us now. We're really talking very interesting things. So that's first. More than Web 3.0, the subset, which is more metaverse for us, and I represent a very different business from Manik and Rahul. I represent liquor business. We are makers of Japanese whiskeys, gins, etc. And our way to engage consumers is through experience of what a fantasy world of this luxury would look like, how the products are way more than just function. There is no function for our product. There's very limited function for our product. It's more experience anyway. So how do we transfer this experience into this beautiful world of web and meta is where we are trying to answer our questions. So metaverse for us is possibly, and the entire Web 3.0 play would essentially be utilized more for medium being the message. Most of our brands are seed stage. How do we identify consumers who are savvy, who are experimentative, who are ready to take the plunge? And those are the guys who will also sort of try new categories, try new brands. So medium becomes the message for us. We're very interested in talking to people who, by their own virtue, get into the metaverse. Second is, what is the model that we build for these consumers? And that is where we sort of at this point struggle to make something where consumers can come back. They can visit once, be very excited, take back an experience, But would they come back? And would, as a marketer, we'll have a constant struggle of creating new experiences to bring them back? Would that be very expensive? Would that have an ROI? And the measurement, how does that pan out? Considering digital is most measurable, you can have ROI. You can also convert to, what Manik was talking about in case there is a sales angle, etc. So how does the business, etc., link to this entire piece? That is where we are, and hopefully the metaverse will evolve to be. As these multiverses emerge, there is fair amount of linkage, the network effects, and all of them converge for us to have some forced collaborations, reach out to the same consumer, etc. So that is how we think about this entire piece.
Thank you. So that's one really big dimension of experience. And I'm going to jump over to Bhuvna to ask, what do you think about application in your specific category? Because you had some really interesting things to say about this as well.
Absolutely. And I think, all of them touched upon training, right? Which is one of the key things in a HR services industry. And in today's world, if you can get candidates to come and, interview in a metaverse, and this can kind of, dissolve borders. That's one of the key issues that every country and every industry is facing to find the right talent. And if you're able to go across borders and do this and create the same experience, starting from interview to onboarding to training, I think that's going to be definitely a big use case. But I also want to allude to the point of how much investment can you make today? Is it really affordable? And especially, is it a marketing agenda to create these investments? The previous panel was also kind of talking about, like, out of $100 you would invest $2 to $3 in metaverse. In today's world, when that ratio changes, then I think the HR services industry will definitely lap it up, because it kind of allows you to have that one-on-one experience to one-to-many experience as well, from an interviewer to an interviewee, and from an organization to a lot more candidates. And then once you have them in, also allow for that employee engagement, which is one, again, another huge area of continuous evolvement, evolution in an organization, because everybody is grappling around how much of Zumba can you do, and how much of healthcare can you provide to the employees. So I think these are areas definitely that at least in HR services, that we see things evolving. And of course, it's really at a nascent stage. Sonali, there's a lot more to be done in this stage. And I think only when, again, going back to the old point of regulations, only when those things are a lot more clearer will people and marketers start looking at even rewriting the rules for brands and engagement around metaverse, because we need to, because the basic issue in Web 2.0 to Web 3.0 is the difference is the data, right? How much of control are you going to have over the data? How much of engagement are you able to provide to your consumer? How much of that personalization are you able to provide, which is the expectation from the consumer? But how much of you are able to take that onto the metaverse? That's a big question at this point in time. And unless, I think it's at least a few years, and I'm sure like everybody's on a wait and watch. And we do see large brands who are able to afford like a Tata or a Gucci, and these are the brands that have invested in metaverse and doing the experiments. It needs to become a lot more affordable for, I would say, smaller brands and individual marketers, influencers to get into this space. But yes, I'd love to dabble in this as soon as possible to create that experience for both my clients and candidates.
Thank you. So that we spoke about this as well, and you had a really interesting take on this as well, which is, so have you considered delving into the metaverse? And you also had a take from a consumer angle. I think I'm very interested in hearing that, and I'm sure everybody here.
Yeah, thanks. And I mean, it's for me, for example, to hear some of the things that we've been discussing about is in many ways quite scary. If we look at HR services, for example, and the fact that interviews can be conducted on the metaverse, or you look at conferences like this, which would happen in the metaverse, and that's a natural extension, one of the first places of where the metaverse would go, right? That's an existential threat to travel and hospitality or airlines as a category. there are obvious applications in the immediate term for looking at the metaverse, for example, as a distribution platform for us. And there are airlines like Vueling internationally, which have begun to look at the metaverse to be able to sell flights in the real world. That's a natural, obvious extension, which is in the near term. It's very similar to how the internet is a distribution channel and has replaced offline channels earlier. But if you look at the nature of disruption that can be caused to travel, particularly air travel, with the metaverse, then that's something which is a very obvious area for us to look into, right? Why do you need travel? Need-based travel in essence would significantly go down, especially corporate travel. And therefore, it makes a lot more sense, and to be relevant to the consumer, you need to be an experiential brand which is offering something that at least in the next 10 to 20 years, the metaverse cannot afford to offer because they haven't got to that level of technology yet. But that disruption can come very fast. If you look at the first quarter of the pandemic globally and what happened to the valuation of airline companies, listed airline companies across the world, versus what happened to the valuation of Zoom in the first quarter of the pandemic. By May of 2020, the valuation of Zoom as a single organization was higher than the top 10 airline companies in the world. Now that has reversed over a period of time, and yes, disruption will happen in waves. But I think what it brings to us is the question of defining who we want to be as an airline. There are two aspects in addition to the distribution platform, I think, that are relevant. One is to say that if you define yourselves as a point-to-point carrier of need-based travel, then your long-term existence with the metaverse will not be there. You need to be able to delve into and provide an experience that cannot be offered. There is also the opportunity, because if you look at the metaverse, I mean, how we define it, we call it the metaverse. It's not one metaverse. It's various different metaverses and platforms. There is a need to be able to transport your avatar from one metaverse to another, to transport goods, etc. All of that, and those technology platforms don't exist today. So if you define yourself as a technology platform that transports individuals, that connects people to other people, communities, and cultures, then there is a role for you to play in that universe that has a real world application as well. And I think that's where the future would be from a category perspective.
Thank you. And before I jump on, I think what would be your vision of success if you were to, and what would be some of the places, and here for a moment, pivot a little bit and don't look at it from a brand marketer standpoint, but from a consumer standpoint, that what are they looking for? And is there a way you can actually give them experiences that they care about, which actually make them come closer to the brand, irrespective of them experiencing you in real life or not?
I mean, what I think there's a big opportunity in what you said, in looking at the relationship between the real world and the metaverse.
Yes.
Having the internet doesn't mean that we've stopped having real world interactions, and it will be true for the metaverse as well. There are applications of being able to use NFTs, for example, or with Web 3.0 and the metaverse, and both interacting with each other, the fungibility of tokens, the fungibility of digital assets that you will be using in the metaverse to be used in the real world. We know, for example, and I think it's a bit ridiculous, that there is an airline which has sold an NFT of an airline ticket for $1 million. Now, yes, that's because, you know, it's the hype right now, and I think that part will obviously die down. But the part that you can use your, for example, loyalty points or gamify the aspects of what you're doing in the metaverse for real world consideration, and the other way around, where actual interactions, for example, the flights you take in the real world might get you the opportunity to actually move to areas of the metaverse or give you access, benefits, and privileges in the metaverse that are not there in the real world, which are funded by the brands that are seeking to engage their consumers in the real world. And I think when it comes back to data as well, I mean, I strongly believe that the data of individuals needs to go back into their hands, and they need to be given the opportunity to monetize their own personal data and trade it only if they want to, with brands that they trust. And that is going to reduce the number of brands that consumers will engage with to only those with whom you want to share a relationship of trust. And that will get accentuated even more with the anonymity that the metaverse will offer and the kind of data streams that we'll be creating in that universe.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that that is one of the things I wanted to tease out anyway. But Rahul, moving over to you, I think this, I have the same question for you, but I think it's a little bit more in, do you think, so this is again about what would be your vision of success? And again, from a consumer lens, but in your category specifically, and maybe this actually holds true for you as well, Manik, because a lot of times customer experience uh, with with the intermediaries, as you call them, is not exactly the same. Do you think that there is a successful use case or experience sitting there that you could leverage?
No, absolutely. So I have this on a lighter note. What do I read customers as? And I'm differentiating consumers from customers because uh, we breed with customers, right? If you look at the word customers, there is a hidden us to me sitting at the center of it, which means the customers by definition in today's world are demanding personalization. That's one. In terms of standardizing the brand engagement model or this entire experience model, we believe the success is going to be measured in the form of you deliver personalization, yet there is an umbrella of the standard brand engagement. That's the halo around it. And that's exactly what, if you look at our traditional businesses from a brick and mortar point of view to today's world, I think that's exactly the rigor that we are all building in, whether it's say Philips, whether it's Max Life Insurance or any other category for that matter, that whether there's a human factor or an automated process, end of the day, as a consumer or a customer, when I'm sitting through it, I need to get a standard protocol in front of me. And the other piece that I think it's a debate, and in the last panel we heard that, I think marketeers eventually, all of us have, but I think future marketeers as well will have to get comfortable with a balance between data and gut. The entire play of data and data mining to arrive at a decision would be fine for certain calls to be taken on the business end. But I'm sure Metaverse will go through that inflection point where there would be some early bird brands which would latch onto it. I'm sure they can afford it. But fundamentally, it's the balance between the two. And there are many categories, and we took the pandemic example. Who would have thought that we would be only sitting in front of a screen for 24 hours and sitting in whatever formal shirts and not a formal trouser below to be able to take our meetings, but that happened for 24 months. So I think it's just a call that marketers have to get comfortable with it in a more proactive way, because digital marketing, performance marketing, and all these journey plays is overhyping data, and in turn, I think subsuming the gut of a marketer. And I fundamentally believe, maybe a traditionalist view, that gut in a business would reside more in the marketing acumen than maybe other parts of the business.
Thank you. And for you, Manik, I think, do you think that it could help standardizing customer experiences and actually probably even saving a lot of on cost? I mean, initially you might have a big investment.
So, Philips Domestic Appliances, we stand for, our motto is turning houses into homes. And when we say turning houses into homes, what we really mean is, for us, the consumer's convenience is foremost. And I'm talking about consumer, not the customer. And in this case, what do we mean by convenience is not only how easy our appliances are to use, but also how easy they make the life of the consumer. So I'll give you a few use cases which we have already deployed. They are already available in the market, which are using Web 3.0 to some extent, not completely. So for example, we have an air purifier which is connected, right? Now this air purifier takes into account multiple variables on its own. So for example, one of the variables it takes into account is the PM 2.0 level in your area, which it takes from the internet, which is easily available, right? Then it takes into account in your house, which floor you are, what is the height, and basis that certain parameters it takes into account. And since it is a mobile app, it is connected to a mobile app, it sends customized notification to the consumer saying, today you need to switch on your air purifier, and it is recommended today because today the pollution level is high. So normally all of us, when we buy air purifiers, we don't use it every day, 24 hours. When we feel like using, we switch them on. So this app only makes it more convenient to tell the consumer in advance when you need to switch it on, and when you can switch it off, it's okay. Not only that, we don't open the air purifier and check when the filter is done. There's no way of finding out. So this air purifier has a built-in IoT, which checks when the filter life is done, sends the message to the app, sends the message to the company. There's a notification which goes both ways. And therefore the consumer's job of buying is just one click. Just one click and the product gets ordered and delivered to your house. It's as simple as that, right? Now, this is one use case. There's another use case we have, which is a NutriU app for air fryers, where if you want to search for recipes, the app takes into account the weather conditions today, what time of the day you are searching for a recipe, which part of the world you are searching for a recipe from, and thereby delivers the right recipes to you. Now, these are today's use cases. Are they perfect? No. Is there a future? Yes. The way we look at them today, these are all disjointed applications, right? I have an air purifier application. I have an air fryer application. Think of a world, and this is my favorite use case. This is my favorite dream. I don't know whether it will come to reality or not. Think of a use case. You're standing in your kitchen. You want to make a recipe. All you do is pick up your phone without opening an app, say best recipe for this time or snack recipe. Let's say it's evening, a snack recipe. The app automatically takes into account that you're asking for a snack. It's evening time. Probably it's raining. Pakoras are going to be the best recipe. Do you have the right ingredient in your refrigerator? If the ingredient is there, which is the right appliance which would cook that recipe and throw the right recipe at you with the appliance instructions, in fact, is connected to the appliance so that when the recipe is done, it even gives you a notification. Here you go, eat it. Think of that dream.
That actually is already in action in a lot of places. Yeah, we're a little slow, but that's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there soon. I wanted to ask Bhuvna, and this question's for you. And I think I'm going to pivot over to the next question, which is actually about, do you think the metaverse is here or metaverse is here to stay, or is it just another new shiny toy? And then I'll come to you, Ruchika, for the same question.
Right now, with all the arguments and the points that we're hearing, it seems to be a new shiny toy. But I think it's one of those like the Lego pieces that you can make anything out of, right? It's one of those toys that you can create, recreate, do what you want out of it. But yeah, I think it's right now it seems to be a fad, and a lot of brands are wanting to experiment it. Individuals have created their own avatars. Everybody wants to see what it looks like. There is that curiosity, and wherever there has been this kind of curiosity, it has only moved in the direction of to stay. That's what has happened in most of the martechs as well, right? So I think it is here to stay, and hope his dream comes true as well.
And you, Ruchika?
Right. It's definitely the future of social media. And as marketers, we want to be where the consumer is. So I think there is a lot of supply side action for metaverse. Brand marketers are very excited. Agencies are very excited. Companies are very excited. Manufacturers are very excited. Consumer is yet to be equally excited, but I think they will be in future. There is a fair amount of vanity fatigue, if I may call it that. Portraying yourself as someone in front of the entire world. They really want to move to a direction where there is fair amount of another trend, which is DEI, where they want to be accepted for who they are. That's why this entire, thing about adding your pronouns, and you can choose them yourself. So you want to stand for something close to the us to me and the personalization trend. So expressing yourself uniquely, metaverse would allow for that. From being something that early adopters are choosing, it possibly will go mainstream. It'll be a perfect tool to build communities, and brands that want to engage those communities, I think, will jump into the metaverse as well. I love what Nike is doing, how they've created the world now. How do the network effects, come in, and how do people come back? There's a lot of first-time visits, but would they come back? I think that'll be the test of metaverse. It's the future of social media. Don't think it's a future of marketing. Marketers will have a very tough job of being everywhere that the consumer is. So it's not going to be that easy. It's just so highly fragmented. So yeah.
I'll just add, Sonali, I was at a Roka Gin event a month ago, but if you can create that in the metaverse, I would definitely avoid traffic and enjoy the same experience.
Then you haven't seen the wedding that happened in the metaverse recently, and brands actually have jumped onto that. But that's another topic for another day. Thank you, everybody, for a really insightful conversation. And I think whether we first movers or we take our time to wait and watch, metaverse is here and now. And I really resonate with what Rajesh from Perfetti just said, which was about having a growth mindset and being open to what's going on, flying a plane while we're still building it, because there is nothing like perfection, and then figuring it out, failing fast so that we can move on and try the next new shiny thing. On that note, thanks a lot to my panelists here, and I've really enjoyed this. So thank you, everybody.
Can I please request you all to get a picture together? You're not particularly excited about that. What a great session, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again for sharing your time with us. And we truly hope that you're enjoying the conversations that are happening here. All right. I have a minute or so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank once again all our partners for making this possible. Our presenting partner, Times Network, associate partners, Bobble AI and Tribes, fan partner, Fandom, coffee partner, Beanly, beverage partner, The Thick Shake Factory, media partner, Exchange for Media Group, knowledge advisors, GFK, EY Kantar, IPSOS, and CBRE. Powering our digital media presence is iwmbuzz.com. Right. In the interest of time, we'll quickly move on to our next session. This is associate sponsor session. Joining us next is Mr. Ankit Prasad, founder and CEO, Bobble AI, throwing light on conversation media, making brands a part of everyday life. Mr. Prasad, I'll request you to kindly join us on the stage. I'll request you all to put your hands together and welcome him.
Shall we start? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, folks. I hope you had a correct tea because we are going to have a correct session on conversation media for the next 10 minutes. I promise you it will be most insightful and exciting session for today. Right? We're going to talk about conversation media. I'm sure many of you must have had experience of social media, print media, digital media, TV media, and whatnot. Right? conversation media is a whole new category that Bobble AI has pioneered, and we are making brands part of everyday conversation. I remember my childhood. माँ कहती थी सुबह उठते ही बेटा कोलगेट किया कि नहीं, right? I remember my college days. Friends कहते थे notes xerox करा के ले आओ. Remember those physical conversations that we used to have with our friends and family members, where brands were already a part of that conversation, right? We used to take brand's name as an analogy to the whole category itself. Gone are the days when such physical conversation used to happen. Now, all of those conversations have moved online, specifically to smartphones, to WhatsApp. That is where the role of new conversation media begins. How do we make new brands or the existing brands part of such new online smartphone conversations that are happening in billions, 70 billion plus conversation to be precise, happening in India every day, right? So with that note, I'll begin. At Bobble AI, we are on a mission to enhance those smartphone conversation experience, making them much more expressive, personal, localized, intelligent, right? And we do it through various deep tech innovations around typing, languages, voice, camera, content, etc. And we were wondering, if we have to build a platform that can solve this problem of making brands integral part of daily conversation, how do we do that? We saw how Instagram and Snapchat had built a platform on top of camera utility, right? We saw how Truecaller was built on top of phone book utility, or YouTube, a platform built on top of video player as a utility, right? We were thinking what would be the best channel for us to build a platform on, and that's when we identified the keyboard utility, right? And we reimagined the keyboard utility into a holistic platform. We called it Conversation Media Platform, right? Just imagine how integral role keyboard plays during those smartphone conversations, right? And how seamlessly it gets integrated in your conversation experience. That's why it was a very natural and organic choice for us to use keyboard as the base for our platform. There are many other reasons why keyboard, right? So there are so many billions of conversation happening on smartphone. People are spending 30 minutes on an average cumulatively on that keyboard real estate, that 40 to 50% real estate that captures the WhatsApp or any other, for that matter, application real estate, right? People are making more than 80 to 100 sessions every day on the keyboard, right? There's so many searches happening via keyboard. There's so many conversational intents getting generated via keyboard. And that is why this was a very this was a very powerful tool on the top of which we have built the conversation media platform, right? And when you go deeper into how this platform operates, you would see every conversation happening on such chat applications carries some intent, right? And those intent actually lead to decision making for them. This is the source of intent. Just imagine if we could capture those intents right at the source of its generation. We process these insights and derive in-depth smartphone user insights, right? And we use this insight to fuel various marketing campaigns, right? We do it via, there are three different ways we use these insights for delivering marketing campaigns. One of them is data as a service, right? Such meaningful data, such insightful real-time intent and mood of the consumer, smartphone consumer, can be offered for delivering market insights, market research, or marketing campaign activation, right? We'll talk about it in detail subsequently. The second way we help marketeers is through conversational content driven marketing campaigns, right? It could be conversational content floating on different social or chat apps, or it could be conversational content that can be integrated within the chatbot experience for the native chatbots that the brands have already built, right? And finally, we enable commerce within the conversation experience by doing deep strategic integration with digital service provider into that keyboard real estate, right? Um, yeah, so based on a vast number of user base that Bobble has today, which is 75 million plus, based on the inputs that people are making using the keyboard real estate, based on behavior that they are showing across smartphone usage, the kind of application that they uh, more frequently visit, where they're spending more time on, in different languages, we are able to derive competitive intelligence and market insights. So we have created a nice visual dashboard that helps brands and digital service providers to understand how the consumers, the end consumers are behaving, right? We help them understand how how the end consumers are behaving on their competitive application or their competitive product, right? And this is such a powerful insight that helps these brands in making certain strategic decisions. And we don't just stop there. We let these market insights to be we enable these market insights to get activated in the form of marketing campaigns, right? And you can see there are various different types of uh, intents that we capture. It could be intent, it could be product affinity, and there's a GIF running on the background where you'll see the kind of intents that are getting captured. Right? It could be based on the user's app usage, or it could be based on their product searches that they're making on Google or Amazon, or for that matter, which food item they're searching on Zomato, etc. Right? So yeah, so based on these intents, we are able to create audience cohort, audience segments, and these audience segments, along with the market insights, can be coupled together to activate in any of the marketing campaign that people want to run on any of the DSP, be it Google, Facebook, YouTube, etc. Right? And all of this happens in a GDPR compliant manner, privacy secure manner, right? In a not just legally compliant, but also ethically compliant manner. So we have developed proprietary technologies to actually keep us privacy compliant. Yeah, so that was data as a service. Now, in terms of, so that data as a service, of course, something that happens in the background. We work with different brands and advertisers to enable their market insights and marketing campaign. But on the foreground itself, we have a real estate which is very strategic, where conversations are happening, right? And from this real estate, there are billions of emojis, stickers, and GIFs that are getting shared. This is the language of the millennial, right? If you combine the content sharing or content consumption happening across the likes of YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, even together, all of them do not, they do not constitute even 50% of the content that gets shared during the chat, during the conversation, in the form of emojis, stickers, GIFs, right? It has reach, it has unimaginable reach. While social platforms could be limited to a particular demography of the user, or the different segments of the user, but when it comes to chatting, when it comes to messaging, there is no limit. Everybody who is on smartphone is messaging today. Everybody, I'm sure you would, if you start counting the number of emojis you have shared today on during your chat messages, you would see the kind of reach and scale at which content is getting shared, right? We help brands in owning the category of such contents, right? Be it, let's say a brand working in the travel category. We work with AirAsia. I think AirAsia CMO was here just before me. And we did a campaign with AirAsia wherein people who are traveling during, while they're talking about their travel plans, or during the travel, they can use those AirAsia stickers, which gets recommended to them in real time while they're chatting on WhatsApp, right? Or we did a campaign for bingo, right? People talking about snacking activity while they are watching a movie on Netflix. Such an apt time to display a bingo sticker which people can share with their friends and family members, right? there's so many other campaigns that we did in the past with so many brands, and you can see the kind of recommendation, the relevant recommendation that we throw to the user through the keyboard real estate, right? And this has been working amazingly well for our brand partners in terms of brand lift, awareness, um, purchase intent decision, influencing, etc. This platform, this media is full of truth, depth, and influence, right? People are talking to their friends and family members. They are not strangers talking, right? They're the intimate, these are one-on-one intimate conversation happening in small groups, right? Um, there are other content formats that we have in offer. So stickers, GIFs are typically in the moment, smaller format of content. Then we have got larger formats like stories, bobble stories, which are typically, we have case studies of HDFC Bank and ICICI Securities, etc., where they use these larger format of content to wish their clientele. They deployed this content format amongst their sales representatives who could actually float this content among their clientele, right? And thus create a personalized and impactful greeting during the festival times. It has been a hugely successful campaign for us. And then while these content are becoming popular because of the distribution that we do, we also mint some of these popular content when the brand wants to enter into the likes of metaverse, right? So one of the campaigns that we did with Kama Sutra, for example, you can see an NFT that we minted for Kama Sutra based on a conversation media marketing campaign that we did for them, wherein we had created 12 different stickers, which was distributed to millions of users on WhatsApp. But then some of the popular ones was also minted as NFT, and those were sold to the real people, and the proceeds of which had actually gone to a social cause, right? Now we're thinking about how do we use these NFTs in exclusive metaverse that we can create for brands, right? Creating real value out of those NFTs. So we, there's definitely, it's an extension of, we see it as an extension of conversation media, making it a part of conversations happening in metaverse, not just smartphone conversations, right? Be it conversations happening on chatbots, business to customer conversation, right? We empower those conversations through our content API or language API, thus making, thus adding the element of moment of delight into those chatbot conversation, which are typically very boring in nature, right? So as you can see, depending on different context, the chatbot is able to reply or respond to the end customer with a very relevant graphic, which is very precisely communicating the emotion and message, and converting the moment of frustration sometimes that happens during late deliveries, etc., to a moment of delight. Conversational commerce is another offering by Bobble AI, wherein digital service providers are able to literally rent a real estate on the keyboard and thus be omnipresent inside the smartphone. Whichever application the person is using, they can actually access those services literally on their fingertips, right? Um, yeah, so there are so many brands that we have worked with so far, and I wish that many of the marketeers sitting in the room would consider investing into conversation media just like they did invest into social media a decade ago. I think time has changed, and therefore time to level up the game, and conversation media is the thing. We have a very lovely experience zone set up outside, wherein we are demonstrating some of these campaigns that we have done in the past, which you can experience in the Bobble metaverse, right, where we have all different campaigns being demonstrated in a truly immersive manner. You wear an Oculus and you are able to visualize and feel the campaigns that we have done in the past. So you're most welcome to our experience shown right outside the hall. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you again, Mr. Prasad. So we'll be moving on to a leadership session after this. But before that, we have our partner, Sevi. Can we please have a look at that?
What is their right to heckle these patrons? Tomorrow they'll say that we don't like your jeans. Tomorrow they'll tell the men, cut your hair in this particular way. This is ridiculous. Someone has to draw the line.
So you're saying because there is price rise and poor people are paying for it, so if there are bribes being paid in Bengal, it is fine? Is that your argument?
Today you're talking about, oh, why is law and order not being maintained? The thing is that this is a reaction or this is a blowback to years and years and years of how crime has been communalized.
नई सुबह, नई उमंग, देखो भारत का बदलता रंग। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत के साथ। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत।
If you know what the world's thinking, doing, and talking about, you know the decisions to make to grow. If you know the demand.
Thank you. Well, every time you feel a little sleepy, Navika pops up on the screen and you're wide awake, right? So I hope all of you are in the room with me, because we're moving on to a really interesting session. And this one is the leadership session with Mr. Arijit Talapatra, CEO, Techno Mobile India, explaining what it takes for the new age brands to break the clutter and play seamlessly in the metaverse. Joining as the moderator for the session is the maverick, Mr. Amit Tiwari, Global Head Marketing Demand Center at TCS. I'll request all of you to kindly put your hands together and welcome both the gentlemen on the dais with a huge round of applause, if we can. Wow, that was huge. They did not even make it to the stage and the applause died. So can you try again? That'll be nice. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Ajit, I think a few years from now, this session would be in a metaverse. I think that will be the reality of doing this session today. And if that is the area we can actually able to build it, I think that's the true success of any technology to be adapted. So that's what I think. And that is what I vision. And you work in a technology giant and you are a technology giant in terms of it. What do you think? And I think let's, before we get into any particular discussion or debate or topics or putting any jargons to it, how do you define metaverse? Because I've seen a lot of definitions and a lot of things. I'm just finishing a book by Matthew Ball, which is The Metaverse. And I would suggest everybody in the room definitely go and try and lay your hands on that. That's a fantastic book. It actually covers everything length and breadth about metaverse, what would be future, how seamlessly things are moving, and how it actually change every industry to look for it. Just to start it, and I think because if you go to Google, and I just a basic estimation and took the help of a lot of friends and how to find out how many definition of metaverse today exist in the entire universe and entire Google platform. It is more than 865 plus definitions. So what do you think? And I think it will be very good to have with an eminent personality like you to define first what exactly is metaverse, and then we can take the discussion from there. And I think that is most important to look for.
Thanks so much, Amit. Actually, a very basic but a very important question. What is metaverse? Because now in many of our meetings, agency meetings, marketing meetings, people, they love using words like metaverse, blockchain technology. Metaverse, blockchain technology, but When you ask, what do you mean by that? Very, very few people actually can explain. Universe is something which is physical. We can touch and feel. Metaverse is the same thing, but it's all virtual. It's a convergence of AR and VR. Like I remember I saw a movie Matrix. And when I saw Matrix, it was something that was a sci-fi movie which can never happen. But metaverse has actually made it happen. So what we watched in movies a couple of years back is actually a reality today. So that is a big thing. Obviously, it works on blockchain reality, blockchain technology, and the youth today, the Gen Z, the millennials, they are adapting to this technology. They have their own avatars, and they are the virtual avatars. Like what we say, Web 1.0 was the website. It was mostly monologue. There was a computer screen, and we were typing certain things, and we wanted to get information. Web 2.0, it is the generation that we are in today. Mostly, maybe metaverse is very, very small today. It is mostly what we do with a Facebook, Google. It is dialogue, but it is extremely controlled. But till Web 2.0, the platform is the hero. Actually, the hero is not the user.
Absolutely.
But metaverse is where user is the hero. Everything is basis the user. Platform will just give user the experience. And it can be anything. You want to buy a land, you want to do interior designing, you want to do gaming. It's very, very diverse, very deep. And the youth are using it a lot nowadays.
I think very brilliantly explained, Ritan. I can actually correlate the point that about the space that you buy. So my 17-year-old son came one afternoon. It was an off for him from school. He said there is an entire music show happened on Metaverse, and I was awake till almost, because it was happening in US. So I was awake till 3:30, 4 in the morning just to have it. And that was the first Metaverse show that happened. Coming to the point which you actually highlighted, and if I really want to see, the definition is actually changing the dimension of what marketing 4Ps is. And what you rightly pointed out is that all 4Ps, which used to be the traditional 4Ps, is actually replacing by people, platform, proposition, and in terms of place. That's exactly how the entire marketing is changing, and it will change in the entire dimension. And looking to your particular background, Archita, and you can actually bring a lot of value to it. How do you think this investment in metaverse, and what would be the investment going forward? Because from your experience, you look from a different tangent, not only from a marketing angle, because if there is sustainable investment going on, and if not only brands coming, but also there's a demand in the market, there has to be a substantial investment that needs. So what do you think going forward? Is it is just a fad, or it is just, as markets are always blamed, that it's a new jargon to put it, and you very nicely and very softly made that point. But do you think that that can actually be an investment, that can be a very serious investment to look for?
See, metaverse is the future. There is no questions that metaverse will not grow. But metaverse is a platform, and for that platform, you need to have your basics right. Metaverse is something like we are a brand techno where we are very strong in tier 2, tier 3, and the hinterlands. Metaverse is a place where you can connect all kinds of consumers, be a rural consumer, a semi-urban consumer, an urban consumer, or somebody staying in New York. You can connect all of them together, be through a gaming platform or anywhere. So investment will be there. But before investment, still we have connectivity issues in terms of 4G. 4G is still not seamless. We are saying that today only I read that Airtel has said that by 2024 end, maybe they plan to roll out a complete 5G across the country. So to get an experience, a complete 3D AR plus VR experience, you need that kind of network capability. So all these things put together, investment will be there. Like 2020 vis-a-vis 2019, Metaverse has grown by some 3.3%.
Absolutely.
So 2019, it was around 2.6. So it's growing, but the numbers are very small. But since India is a very young country, almost 65% of India is less than 30 years of age. More than 40% consumption is happening in less than tier 3 and below markets. So there is a huge potential. We are hearing that there is a recession coming in many parts of the world. India till now is much better, in a much better. So investment will be there. We are also planning that. See, earlier it was more about, not so much was on digital, social, PR. Now that has happened. Now a big percentage of our investment will move to metaverse, but that percentage will not be, I don't think should be more than 10 to 15% in the current scenario. But yeah, with changing times, it will move very fast.
No, I agree with you, because if I see today, what exactly today is a grab bag. You have software, you have hardware, you have unexpected, unrelated experiences. But I have not seen any particular tissue which actually connects everything totality. That this is a final proof print of metaverse. Some are using Web 3.0 as a metaverse tool. Some are using it no AR and VR. And the worst part of that, the entire particular connotation is actually getting wrong. Only doing one part of AR and we are saying this is what the metaverse is. And I think that is how it actually brings in a much more thing. And if you see, and you can actually correlate between what is happening today is the way your e-commerce business is moving, and the way the entire adaptation of, or rather adaptation of digital is happening today. How do you think that today with digital adaptation, Web 3.0 coming, and obviously e-commerce will be a big bet when it comes to metaverse, will actually change the landscape today, or it will actually learn parallel between the current Web 2.0, 3.0 or metaverse? Because that will be a huge shift, and that will also be in terms of huge adaptation if you actually talk about, or adaptability, when it happen, doesn't happen. How do you think that can actually work?
See here, the shift will be gradual, but I don't think the movement from Web 2.0 to 3.0 will take so much of time. Like even if you see today, we have something called TIA, which is a techno virtual, what we say, a virtual, what I call that, a lady who does the entire, gives the entire experience to, it's a virtual experience. Yeah. So we call it TIA. So wherein they give the complete virtual experience to the consumers of our handsets. We are also doing a lot of e-games now, because the youth is using a lot of into e-games. And because of that, we are into a lot of sponsorship, and we are investing a lot on e-games. Data, as you said, with the metaverse coming in, there is a huge data that is available. True. And very rightly said that the way Amazon and other people are using that data. And we also saw some of the optical companies are using metaverse, and you can order your spectacles from home. So all these things are happening, but what percentage of consumers currently using it is something that we need to see. So it will take time, but I think by end of 23, 24, it will pick up very fast.
I think one of the reports which I read, and I was in US a few weeks back, and I actually read a report which actually talks about that 70% of the Gen Z or audiences in US want to have their digital profile, digital imagery as a different imagery altogether in the entire totality. So definitely there is a movement, and the needle is absolutely moving. And the same report it mentioned about 2 trillion people would it would be the business by 2030, and 2.6 would be the trillion business would be for all the e-com players to build. I think there's no doubt in terms of huge scope that need to look. The larger pieces, and that's also a confusion, or I would say a doubt in my particular mind, which actually builds is, do we really need to have a digital profile most important, or you have to have your own particular profile, which is your actual profile versus virtual profile? Because if you see today, everybody wants, and if you talk about any Gen Z, Gen X, whatever people you talk about, say, no, it's more important than my actual imagery to look for. And that brings a lot of importance, because that itself will add a lot of audience to the entire platform. Do you really think, Ajit, that is something which will bother to markets like India also?
I think there will be a big change. Actually, even if you see Facebook, they have renamed themselves Meta. So it is not that they own Meta, but Facebook has a huge number of followers and they moving to Meta. And now now the ecosystem, the youth today is more virtual than actually real. So they want more of their virtual imagery and their heroes. So all these things will be very different, and the youth and the Gen Z and the millennials that you're talking about, I think they will be moving to the virtual world with metaverse getting in. I heard somewhere that a marriage in Kerala is happening through a completely virtual environment.
You're absolutely right. That's how it is. So I think if you before I actually open at some last few questions, will it complement the virtual in the actual world, or will it compete? How do you think? Because in my mind, I think it should complement rather than compete. And the reason is because end of the day, the profile remains the same, whether it is for me or if it's for you, Ajit, or it's anyone, the profile remains the same. So why it should actually compete? It should complement between the two, because at the end of the day, it's a larger base that I'm actually able to showcase most of the people. Also, I think one point which you started in your initial opening remarks to talk about, that a lot of agencies today, marketing agencies, advertising agencies, comes in about this is blockchain, this is AI, this is ML, IoT, anything that you talk about. And marketing, obviously, everybody knows is the most low-hanging fruit today. To find out any proof point that you do, you can actually show it in 4 weeks and say this is what the outcome to look for. Do you think it will actually change the way product looks like? Because that's how the marketing. Do you also think that products will have a larger impact today? Because that's where the marketing first will start. Because if your product speaks about it, then it will be easy for you.
I think there will be a huge impact, and going forward, the product launches, all these things will be through the metaverse ecosystem. Because currently, if I talk about our organization, we do a lot of product launches across the country. We call the KOLs, and we have different PR media meets. Like recently, we are having a XOS software, which is one of our softwares which we are launching. We are doing the entire end-to-end thing through metaverse, right? Through getting your pass, entering the waiting area, the photograph area, the launch, the after launch booth, all of these things. So slowly, this entire mostly, and people like I have stayed in Noida. To attend this meet, I had to travel 1.5 hours. I have to go back another 3 hours. So will people really have 3.5 hours to travel to attend a 1 hour or a 2 hour program? People will not have that time. Even if they have the time, they will not have the patience. So all the entire metaverse ecosystem, they would want the same experience, sitting in a hall, the same feel. But yeah, for that, maybe our infrastructure needs to get corrected. Investment we already have.
I think you actually brought a point where we actually started, which I say my opening statement, which I say it would be we'll meet next time. It will be in a metaverse situation, and you actually close it in a very nice way. That why should we travel for 3.5 hours? We can actually do it on metaverse. I think that's a brilliant point that you actually shared. I think if you think we should open it for questions for audience, because I think a lot of people with this particular topic and with your experience, I think it will be very great for people, our audience, to have questions to look for. So open to audience for questions. Look forward for the questions, please.
The room seems to be more silent than Tushar Kapoor's biography altogether. So, right. So feel free to ask any questions you have. I have a lot of students at the back. I'm sure a lot of questions going through your mind right now. So feel completely free. Raise your hand and some mic would come your way. There we go.
Hello, sir. I am Jitendra. I am a marketing student from IMT Ghaziabad. So, sir, what we are offering to customers is an immersive experience. So as a marketer, what my concern is, how do we keep them immersed? Because it's like a new thrilling experience for them. But how do I keep them, last it longer for them? Because I can bring them, but keeping them would be a big challenge as a marketer for me. That's my question.
So thanks for the question. See, more than bringing it, I think what is the seamless experience you're giving to that particular customer? That's most important. The customer will stick and customer will have an habit of what you're actually trying to offer if you're able to have a seamless experience. And I and Ajit are just exchanging some notes before anything. Everything is fine. The technology will come. There will be a lot of infrastructure will be there. There will be new ways to actually put that infrastructure. The larger thing is, were you able to support and get what the customer want? It is, as Ajit was rightly mentioning about, it is not a monologue talking from one thing. In today's world, it is a dialogue. It's a multiple dialogue. If you're able to keep that particular customer in control and you're able to keep that customer happy end of the day, with seamless experience, I think you don't have to do an effort in terms of keeping him. The only thing is just give him what he actually wants seamlessly.
Right. Any other questions from the room? Yes, there we go. Can we please pass on the mic to the gentleman?
Thank you. And of course, I've been listening for last couple of hours. Very interesting insights coming our way. My question is, of course, I completely agree. This is, from a marketing lens point of view, but a question is little, going beyond marketing. And I mean, I read it like this: as marketers or as business people, we really want to understand this thing. That let's say, I mean, to an approximate, let's say, $100 trillion. That's world GDP. That is the size we are talking of. And then for the last 100 or perhaps 200 years, it's been the food, the energy. Off late, I mean, let's go 50 years before retail got into. So what I'm trying to really understand, and what every business person wants to understand, is that how big this is going to be, because food and energy, I mean, these are definitely consuming 80% of the world GDP. So, what is the scale we are talking of, and what timeline we are talking of? So, I mean, will it remain onto the retail consumer goods only? I mean, of course, we make awareness through small things, duplicate things, and then go in that direction. So I wanted to know this: what is the timeline that you foresee, and what is the scale that you foresee? Let's say in terms of value. Anybody, and question to anybody actually.
See, the scale will be very big. The scale will be huge. And like I spoke about Matrix, what we see in movies today, I will also give you one more example. I watch a lot of movies actually. If you have seen Kamal Hassan's Robot, that is completely what metaverse is. And metaverse is not marketing in only one field. It is across. You want to buy a flat, you have to go to the site. You will see a sample flat. At times, sample flats are not ready. Now, sitting in the comfortable corner, you will see the entire house. You will see everything. So, in each and every segment, in medicine, maybe the operation which has to happen, the patient can see the entire operation. How will it happen? Which part? The entire process can be seen. So all these things, different fields, different experts are working on. And it is something that is going to happen with you, or you would like to go somewhere, you want to wear a shirt, which color with which trouser, very simple, these things are already there. What is the amount of, what is the valuation? When the adoption started, it is so big, you really don't know. If you go 10 years back, nobody could even guess that mobile industry in India would have been so big. We wake up, first thing we do, we watch a mobile. What is the message? When we go to sleep, the last thing we see is a mobile phone. The last 2 years of pandemic, it is a mobile 6-inch device that saved so many people because their mind was in that device. So now you have a mobile phone. That mobile phone will have a 5G connectivity. So across it is or kya? What else? And millennials and Gen Z is all about what next, because their excitement is over in 2 seconds, 3 seconds. You can't keep, I have a daughter, 18-year-old. I speak to her for 5 minutes. She listens for 2 minutes. Next 3 minutes, I know she's there, but she's not there. So expectations are very high. Now, how we fulfill that expectation, what is the kind of budget? How is the country performing? What is the company, which sector, which investment? So all these things are, with a 3% industry, you can't guess on numbers because the industry is only 3%. But the 3% will take some time to become a 7 to 8, 9%. But that 9% to 35% will not take so much time. That is what I can say.
I think just to add on, I think very brilliant point which just to add on what it said is, if you talk about actual numbers on the timelines, 5 to 7 years is something which will actually change a lot of landscape, because that is happening, and I can really see in most of the matured markets today, it is happening. Now coming to what all will it be only to retail, it will be only to fashion, it will be only to media? No, I think today as we speak, 29 sectors are already doing something or the else in terms of an experiment to do with metaverse, and some would be successful, some will not be successful. The point which I'm actually trying to draw is that there won't be any particular industry would not be explored. Whether it will be successful, very tough today, because we don't know, because a lot of things which are actually depending upon. But is it a revolutionary change? Yes, it will be. And it will impact, yes, as Ajit said, 3% can actually become 9%, but 9% can also become 39%, which will not take in that particular magnitude. So it will actually make a huge impact and huge dent the way we actually look from today.
All right, I get it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Saubhagya Tripathi and head the technology department of Lunar Technologies. My question is like the quantum computing is like advancing day by day. Okay, and so what would be the effect on the metaverse as the quantum computing is like coming out in the real world? So what do you think?
Actually see today computing is actually taking a lot of steps in terms of before it actually gets. And fortunately, unfortunately, this is the discussion we had before, because the way it was actually initially thought of before COVID that 2026 we'll have a full-fledged proof model to actually run on quantum computing to look for. Then again, it was said no, because of the urgency and the need and the requirement, it comes to 2023. It's very early stages. The only thing is you need to see and find similarities, how does it actually draw between the two platforms and how you actually draw. It will be very difficult to have standalone platform working, because end of the day, it is very, very tough for any particular consumer to have parallel working on the same thing. It will have a lot of overlap. They'll have a lot of overlap that will complement most of the things on the metaverse platform, because you'll have a lot of improvement in the way you operate the technology in the quantum computing to look for. Very early days to make any predictions to say that whether it will actually be able to do, whether it will actually change it, but it will actually supplement and complement the way it has to look for.
So if we just remove the users, number of users like the company is having, so according to you, like which company is more advanced in this metaverse? Is it NVIDIA or is it Facebook? I'm saying that if you just remove the user part, okay, we just keep it aside. In terms of metaverse, which company is much more advanced? Is it NVIDIA, which is going more towards the graphical inputs and making the metaverse like more real? You can like just transport your little physical self in the metaverse, or is it the Facebook, which can say that it entered the race really early as compared to their competitors and all?
See, I think first of all, both of them are not something that can actually compete in a big way, because everybody today and anybody who can actually drive much more better things on a metaverse will be number. It's not about numbers. It's about what's the offering that you're able to bring on a metaverse platform. Facebook changed the name. It's not about that they want to acquire anybody. And I think that will be the future that will decide any particular organization, any particular company or a brand will not be the only thing that can actually derive or actually can devise metaverse on their own in terms of the way they want to look for. It's not about big or small, who is going more, who is not, who is actually getting real solution to the customer or actually changing the need of the customer, I think that will be the winner. And it can be many. It cannot be only one or two. It can be hundreds, depending upon in what sector, what category, and what genre we're actually trying to do that particular change.
As a Mayank Chaudhary here from Blue Nine Technologies. So my question was that we see the metaverse sphere thriving in well, gaming, entertainment, events, these sort of industries right now. But in a country like India, where we are pushing for a Make in India movement, we are going for Industry 4.0. Where does metaverse, apart from these marketing things, lie for traditional businesses or industrial units in the future? Where do you see that going?
India is moving extremely, extremely well. In fact, I was in Pune addressing some students 3 days back. And what I told them was that 5 years from now, the India you are going to see will be a very different India. I am into technology industry. 5 years before, we used to import almost 95% of handsets from China. Now, we are manufacturing 100% handsets in India. So similarly, the adoption in India will be extremely high. The per capita consumption income is moving very well. And India is a country which is, I will give you one more example, 5G. We have not yet launched 5G, but India is among the top 3 countries in 5G. And by the end of this year, 50% of the handsets that are sold will be 5G. So almost a 178 million handsets, 50% of that will be 5G. So that is how fast adoption happens in India. So similarly, metaverse, when it comes, the adoption will be very, very fast because 60% are youth and we are a growing economy.
That point, sir, just to follow up. Basically, I wanted to know what direction do you see metaverse being applied in these traditional businesses rather than the adoption rate? Because we are a country of intuitive people, so we do come up with many different ideas. So I cannot myself imagine right now in what ways traditional businesses will be affected by metaverse, but I would like to know your point, like a certain sort of industries, let's say pharmaceuticals or anything, how they might be able to use metaverse to their advantages.
There will be many ways in that can actually use it, and I think we should not do this bifurcation in terms of whether it would be a traditional business or not. And I just mentioned to the answer which I was giving, it all depends upon what is the consumer decision journey that you're trying to solve for any particular customer or consumer, whether it is in terms of any particular space that you want to do it. It can help, and you may find it tomorrow. Let's say in a lot of garment manufacturing, which is mostly in your traditional business, tomorrow you don't have to physically go, and why can't you create a platform which is only your particular platform sharing what you want to do? So I think again, coming to the point, or just to summing this point, is it is not about in terms of who will do it, whether it will happen to a pharma company or not. What are we actually trying to solve for it? It is not about that. And in early, when the digital thing, and Ajit can actually supplement on that, is when the digital adoption happening, everybody wants to make one particular slide for the boardroom, that we also have Facebook and we have 10,000 impressions every day it comes. It is not about in terms of, it's about how a consumer sees, will he find an option that if metaverse would happen, this is the problem that can be solved. So it is other way around, rather than companies trying to solve a problem, it is a consumer who's trying and wanting their solution to happen for that.
I think we are almost out of time. Just one question, sir, before we call it a session. So when we're talking about metaverse, gaming is always synonymous in there, right? And the situation right now in the country and of course in the world is this, that India won a medal right at the games, CWG games that are happening. On the other hand, we've just banned a massive gaming application in India that just got its first feature on a television. Not taking names, of course, of the channels. So how do you perceive this dichotomous situation playing out in the next 1 year or so?
See, as a handset company, especially smartphone, we have been supporting the gaming platforms a lot. And we have been sponsoring a lot of such platforms. But yeah, we also have to be very careful on, and this gaming platform, the biggest thing is we have consumers all across. But we have to be very careful on all the compliance, statutory compliance and other things. At times what happens when certain things are a global, are controlled globally, maybe many things that are required in India are not followed the way it has to be followed. So we are not a country anymore wherein everything and anything is allowed. So we welcome everything, but then there has to be certain rules and regulations that we need to follow, because at the end of the day, it is the youth who is using it and they are all in our houses. So we need to be very careful.
All right. Thank you so much for that really engaging session. We thoroughly enjoyed it. I'll request both of you to pose for a photograph so that we can spread it all over the metaverse, hopefully. But right now at the social medias. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen, for being so kind and being participative in this session. I'll request you all to kindly put your hands together once again for both the gentlemen being on the dais. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we'll move on to one of the most exciting sessions of the day. This is the headline address, Evolution of Marketing from Physical to Meta. Now is the session we all have been waiting for. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Aman Gupta, co-founder and CMO, BOAT, and the session chair, Mr. Shashi Sinha, CEO, India Media Brands, for the next session. I'll request all of you to kindly put your hands together and welcome both the gentlemen on the dais.
So are we good to go? Someone good to see you here late in the evening. Good to see you in Delhi here. So I think after I heard quite a few sessions and some of them online, the whole day has been about metaverse. But thankfully for an old person like me, the session is for evolution of marketing from physical to a metaverse. So there is a bit of prelude history to it. And before I get into specific questions, what's your view, overall view on this whole topic? Give some opening remarks and then I'll start asking questions to you.
So yeah, hi guys. I think from my side of things, it's all about changing with the times. Changing when we started 6 years back in marketing. I remember the first time I was doing marketing, somebody said, if you're using a celebrity, you have to spend 10 times the amount you pay the celebrity into marketing, into publishing, into ads and all that. We didn't do that. In fact, we spent that 10 times into taking 10 more celebrities. So we changed the way, traditional marketing was happening into digital. 90% of our spend today also is in digital. So now people are going towards Meta, towards Web 3.0, towards some new avenues of marketing, right? And if you don't change, if the world goes into meta marketing world, then, and if I don't go, then I die. So for me, I don't know whether metaverse is the future of marketing. It can be, or maybe it's not, but I don't want to miss that boat.
Correct. Rightly, well said. Emphasis on boat. So the point is,
Always.
yes, always. I'm going to come back repeatedly to that. So the point is that, is the pace of change. I mean, of course, you're a forward-thinking marketer and you've done what you've done, and that's why you're so successful. But for a lot of companies, some here, some listening on the web, otherwise, the questions which a lot of conventional marketers ask, what is the pace of change you take? So there is a role for traditional, there's a role for, digital, and there's a role for, at the tip of the iceberg is meta. So how do you decide what is the pace of change? How do you decide what are the steps you take in your journey?
We did something very recently. We did something with Kyra. That's India's first virtual influencer. And nobody has done anything with that. And it's, you just go and research on Kyra and how we leverage virtual influencer in this world of influencers, right? That is something which was very new, very different from what the world has done. In Meta also, we're doing something which is coming out maybe in the next couple of months. So it's more of baby steps. It's more of experimentation. And, the world is, this marketing world changes like suddenly. From everybody being on Facebook to nobody being on Facebook has taken a year, right? And from from the youth working from, the youth changes because, they get bored. The patience level is very small, very less. And we work a lot towards the youth marketing. That's our positioning statement, right? And they are changing every day. You'll be surprised to know. Uh, I took some interns in our office from a school, right? And those interns, I asked them, who do you guys follow? And they said they follow Korean pop stars.
Yeah.
I was like, where is Guru Randhawa and Bacha and those guys we follow? And the youth has moved on to Korean pop. In the same way, they will move on to a Snapchat. So I was, somebody was coming and taking pictures, and he's like taking on a Snapchat filter. I was like, dude, seriously, you're taking on a Snapchat filter and then saving it because that filter is supposed to be better than their phone filters. So imagine the pace of change. It is drastic. And if Meta becomes big, then everybody will shift to it. Abhi to it is still a buzzword, I feel. It's not going to die. The old things are not going to die, but the change can happen overnight.
Yeah. So that's my question. Next question. How do you decide how much to stay with what you call old? For example, physical was earlier, you moved to digital. And how do you decide how much to experiment? So, what is the ratio? How do you figure it out in your mind or in your company?
So it was very easy. When we started, we had no money. So it was digital only. Physical was, if you go to newspapers and you ask them for like half a page, that was the total money I had, 15 lakhs when we started. So we started doing digital. We started positioning to the right people, 18 to 24, staying in Delhi, staying in Bombay, staying in Bangalore, and interested in headphones. Simple. And I used to boost the ads myself. And उसका हमने पहले दिन लगाया 2,000 रुपए, 2,000 में सेल हुई 10,000 रुपए की, जिसमें हमारा प्रॉफिट था 2,500 रुपए का, तो फायदा ही हुआ ना 500 रुपए का, राइट? तो अगले दिन हमने 15,000 लगाए, फिर उसमें देखा कि उसमें 2,000 का फायदा हो रहा है, फिर अगले दिन 15-20 लगाए, फिर 25 लगाए. तो हमने बहुत एवोल्यूशन बहुत धीरे धीरे किया. हमारे पास जितने पैसे थे, हमारे पास हमने पैसे खर्चे नहीं ऑफिस बनाने में, हमने एम्प्लॉइज में, किसी में नहीं खर्चा. हम 6 लोग होते थे, इंटर्न होते थे, उसमें से 5 और छठा मैं, और ये 5 को इंटर्नशिप जाती थी पैसे, और मेरे पास कोई पैसे नहीं थे सैलरी लेने के लिए. तो हमारे जो पैसे आते थे हम एडवर्टाइजिंग में लगाते रहते थे. सो दैट इज हाउ वी स्टार्टेड. इट वाज ओनली डिजिटल, 100% डिजिटल फॉर 4 years. Then we got some money. We started. Then we went offline as a distribution channel. And an offline is still newspaper. In the morning I see my dad every day. He cannot. I don't think जैसे होता है ना, they don't even go to the washroom without his newspaper, right? पहली चीज होती है कि बहादुर पेपर ला दे. That is the first thing. So without his paper and his tea, he cannot survive. So he needs that in the morning. So there is a different generation. Now, when we started expanding our 18 to 24, going to 18 to 45 is when we started doing newspaper. And offline is a lot. Now we've never done hoardings till now. And now we are planning to do out of home and all also. So it is evolution of brands. And that is how we started. And for us, experimenting in Meta is nothing for now. It is just 15, 20, 30 lakhs is what we're going to spend, which is not even point something of our marketing budget, but it is more experimentative and seeing how it goes. That's it.
पर जैसे आपने पहले उदाहरण दिया कि आप 2,500 लगा 2,000 लगाते थे, 2,500 वापस आता था 500 रुपए का. So you had some kind of a measurement metric in place. And it's a very nice, simple, commonsensical metric. Metaverse में कैसे करेंगे ये जो आप 25 लाख लगा रहे हैं? How will you measure that?
I think it is more about engagement with how many people. So suppose we are doing something like there is a concert we are planning, ठीक है? तो अब हम उसमें देखेंगे कि कितने लोग आ रहे हैं और क्या उसमें engagement रही है, कितने लोग उसमें रहे हैं. जैसे whether you look at virtual game, whether you look at a virtual influencer or you look at Meta. So I'm looking at what would be the right number of people who are coming and enjoying there. How much time do they spend there? What is their whether we've been able to grab hold of his attention there, whether he's enjoying there. So it just depends on that. It is more of marketing and branding, but branding more than performance. I have believed a lot of time on performance marketing being 80% of our spend and 20% brand marketing. This is right now going into the brand marketing bucket rather than the performance
Very
marketing
interesting.
bucket.
So two things which I thought, I don't know how many people in the audience picked up, very dramatic, which I see, I mean, that's why you're so successful. Normally people start with brand and then come down to performance. That's the way it works. You've done it ulta, so to speak. And normally people start from traditional media and come into digital. Here again, you start from digital and expand it, rightly so, for the right reasons, you expanded your TG. So what next in this revolution?
तो इसमें सर आंसर यही है इतने पैसे में इतना ही होगा right? तो जितने पैसे तो उसमें यही कर पाए अब क्योंकि हम एक्सपैंड कर रहे हैं so we have to go into the other things
So moving, yeah.
So is that what your question
Yeah,
was,
okay,
right?
okay. So my question next is, I was in the previous session and we've been wondering all through, finally, it's all related to the mobile revolution which is happening in the country. And you're part of that because obviously it was, how do you, because that is the heart of what will happen to the digital world and the virtual reality and all that is there. Headphones is the entry point for virtual reality in this thing there. How do you see that progressing? What's your take on that?
यार मैं तो कहता हूँ that we all should be thankful. I read it somewhere also. We all should be thankful to आज ही पेपर में आया था Mr. Mukesh Ambani and Jio that all of us are getting data cheap. I have a guard at my home and he doesn't sleep because the whole night, obviously he can't sleep. He's a guard. So and hopefully he doesn't, right? And the whole night he's watching his phone and he's watching some movie or some show or something there. And imagine that, there was a time जब मेरे को ना SMS आता था एयरटेल से कि आपके फोन में आपने 50% डेटा कंज्यूम कर लिया है और अब आपका फोन स्लो हो जाएगा, आपका डेटा स्लो हो जाएगा. और आपका वो एक टाइम होता था जब एसएमएस का भी ना अब जैसे इंडिपेंडेंस डे आ रहा है, रिपब्लिक डे आ रहा है, दिवाली आ रही है, तो एक मैसेज आता था अब आप एसएमएस भेजोगे तो आपका वो जो एसएमएस पैक है वो काम नहीं करेगा, राइट? और अब वो फ्री में एसएमएस बांटते हैं तब भी हम यूज नहीं करते. हाउ थिंग्स हैव चेंज्ड, राइट? सो एज जियो हैज हेल्प्ड अस ऑल बिकम digitally active, right? And look at the OTT platforms. They are all surviving because of so much data which is easily available in the country now. एक टाइम होता था कि हम वहां जाते ना, होटल में भी रहते थे तो बोलते थे एक डिवाइस कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं. मतलब अब हम बोलते हैं बाहर में जाओ, हमारे पास खुद हम अपना डेटा यूज कर लेगा. मतलब अब तो ऐसे मैसेज आते हैं कि बॉस तेरा हर महीने के अंत में डेटा आता है कि आपका इतना डेटा बच चुका है, वो हम अपने नेक्स्ट मंथ में ऐड कर रहे हैं, राइट? वो दिन चले गए जब डेटा महंगा होता था. सो इट इज डेटा has helped us become free to we don't there was a time when people said ki India has moved from TV to there was no TV revolution, right? Whereas a mobile revolution आया था ना कि लोगों ने सीधा mobile is the first TV and it is the first screen people are seeing rather than the first telephone, right? So it is crazy what has happened in India. And even then people say that, I don't know the stats, but India is not yet full smartphoneized.
Yes.
Right? It is still getting there. So imagine the potential which is there for marketers to reach those population which are getting smart into the smart world for now. For us, headphones has become like a necessity rather than it's become, you cannot survive without headphones. एक डायलॉग होता था ना, रोटी कपड़ा मकान. अब होना चाहिए रोटी कपड़ा मकान और हेडफोन. सॉरी, आई एम पिचिंग इट इन, बट हेडफोन इज बिकम लाइक, अगर आपको कॉल करनी है, अगर आपको आज ये सेशन वर्चुअली आप दिखा रहे हो, you cannot watch it. You watch Netflix, there are so many series, you can't even watch those series if you don't have headphones anymore because they are so vulgar and so abusive. So, and today you cannot travel, you cannot do cold office calls, you cannot do anything. So for us, headphones has become the digital revolution has helped us become sell even more.
True. Now आपके जवाब से दो सवाल और. So first is, you very correctly said data, low data prices, probably the cheapest in the world, has led to this whole revolution there. But one school of thought is that data prices are artificially low, and maybe Mr. Mani at some point in time will decide will they go up. So first hypothesis, your view on that hypothesis, and related to that is, if data prices go up, then video consumption may reduce, obviously because the name you took up, just चौकीदार है वो थोड़ा सा afford कर पाएगा कि नहीं. Then what will happen? Will it help metaverse or not, or will it take away? What's your analysis on both these questions?
भगवान करे वो प्राइस ना इंक्रीज हो.
लगता है क्या आपको?
और अगर करेंगे तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? मतलब, you know, it is like sometimes it has to go up, it has to go up. Maybe it's not financially sustainable to get those prices, but it is India, right?
जी.
You know, I go to US, you go to a Starbucks and it's only Starbucks. You don't have a second coffee chain. You know, probably if it's shopping on US, it's only Amazon. In India, we don't like monopolies. Unfortunately or fortunately, we'll have a Starbucks and a barista and a coffee day and a ready wala chai wala, all fighting for your pie. And I don't mind having a ready wali chai. It is in fact better than anywhere else also, right? Kullad ki chai. इंडिया में क्या होता है ना, हम हर चीज कर लेते हैं, हम अडेप्ट कर लेंगे, एडजस्ट कर लेंगे. सेम वे आपके इंडिया में अमेजोन भी है, फ्लिपकार्ट भी है. सो इंडिया में क्या है ना, अभी भी मोबाइल में भी अभी 3G आ रहा है, फिर 4G, मतलब 4G आ रहा है, फिर 5G, फिर वायरलेस. यू नो, आई वाज इन द कार टुडे ओनली and there was internet written CM Delhi free Wi-Fi or something like that was coming. And then Wi-Fi, India will become Wi-Fi'd, the whole Delhi will become Wi-Fi. People will start giving Wi-Fi free. So I don't think this data is going anywhere. You will start getting, and we are used to it now, right? Now we cannot live without data.
So the second part of the question, will this, I hear you correctly, that there will be enough competition to ensure prices not going to go up for data. Therefore, video is there. Will video help metaverse, or will the video take away from consumption of metaverse? People going on to
I think
metaverse?
it will add only because
Yeah.
there is no reason why, you know, it's अभी तो मेटा का मैं वो सच बात बताऊं, अभी ना आप इस रूम के बाहर 50 लोगों से पूछ लो बाहर मेटावर्स क्या होता है, उन्हें घंटा नहीं बोल सकता. मैंने उनको पता नहीं होगा मेटावर्स का मतलब क्या होता है.
Correct.
आप समझ रहे हो?
हाँ.
मेटावर्स ना फैड है अभी.
हाँ.
ये मार्केटर्स को भी अच्छा लगता है ये बातें
Correct.
करना. यू नो, मार्केटर्स को भी कुछ चाहिए, ओ 3.0 मेटावर्स. अभी मेटावर्स नहीं आया है. अभी तो फेसबुक ने जब अपना नाम मेटावर्स मेटा ही रखा है ना, तो वो अभी हुआ है नाम चेंज. तो अभी लोगों को मेटा जो दिखाई दे रहा है, वो लोग होते हैं फेसबुक ने कुछ किया होगा. अभी नहीं पता लोगों को. अभी बहुत टाइम लगेगा मेटावर्स को. अभी तो वो डिजिटल अडेप्टेशन होगी जो you know, probably 18 to 24, those guys, or maybe below 18, those guys will get into it. Then the next lot will get into it. अभी तो अभी तो आपको सच बताऊं तो लास्ट वीक मेरी मम्मी ने बोला कि मुझे मेरा इंस्टा में अकाउंट खोल दे. अभी तो वो लोग वहां जा रहे हैं, यू नो, मेटावर्स में आने में तो वो बहुत टाइम लगेगा.
तो आप मेरी उम्र के लोगों की बात कर रही हैं, but the young people still on metaverse.
No, they're not yet there.
Yes.
They're getting there. It's not that it is mainstream. It is physical is still mainstream. Digital is getting there.
Yeah.
And meta is maybe 2025, not in the next 2 years.
सौम्या मेरे को इशारा कर रही है कि अपना काउंटर पर हिसाब रखिए. मैं स्पीड से तो मैं तो वार्म अप भी कर रहा था अभी. So I have to go back to the audience. Before that, मैं एक दो सवाल और पूछता हूँ आपसे. So the question is that इसके कोई downside है? पिछले सेशन में कुछ जिक्र हुआ था. I also feel that do you see some challenges? India is a young country. इसके गलत use हो सकते हैं, especially in metaverse. Do you think any overall discipline within that metaverse, and will laws and regulations help or prevent? Or it's too premature to talk about it just now?
I missed that session. I would have taken some pointers from there, but you know, I don't think it is. I would say it is too early for it to be regulated for now. And misuse तो हर चीज का होता है, right? इंडिया में तो it is normal, but I don't have any. I'm not able to comment on that for now because I haven't gone as deep into the challenges of metaverse for now, because we are just looking at the advantages of metaverse and understanding metaverse. So I think sessions like these are important for people to understand what metaverse is and what is happening in that world. But like you started this discussion on, you know, the previous panel must have obviously done some research on how metaverse can be negative, but I don't have any points on that for now.
So let me close by asking you last question, a larger question where we started from. Forget that we're sitting in a metaverse discussion there. If you were to give some 2-3 tips to budding people, youngsters sitting here on, you run a very successful D2C brand, you know, from a marketing standpoint, what would you say? It's macro. It's got nothing to do with metaverse is one part of it.
I would say that, you know, I'm a very simple marketer, and I look at, you know, porters, 5 forces, and I look at 4 Ps, which are product, place, price, promotion. आपका product अच्छा होगा, आप सही दाम पे बेचोगे, सही marketing करोगे, तो माल बिकेगा. Simple way of life है मेरी. Simple 4 Ps पे काम करता हूँ. अब इसमें बहुत सारे changes आते हैं. And इसमें क्या होता है? Dynamism of promotion starts happening. That if you're not there at the right place where your consumers are, then you're dead. I was, I on a Friday evening, somebody on my Instagram, one of my marketing colleagues wrote, "Yeah, it's Friday," and I was like, "Dude, I think there is spelling mistake. Oh yeah, it's called Friday." That is when I keep giving this example, and that is when I realized that the new generation talks in a very different language,
Yes.
which is Friday is supposed to be cool.
Yes.
So the consumer changed, right? Same way, if you are still selling your electronic products on a place where India Times shopping or a Rediff mail, which probably the consumers are not even going there anymore, and they are probably on an Amazon, Flipkart, or a Geo. If you're not giving them the right, if you're not changing with your changing consumer, whether it's positioning, whether it's placement, or whether it's pricing, if your data rates are X and the next competitor is giving at half X, you cannot stay at X, right? Simple example. So keep changing. The consumer is changing. You need to change. If consumer is going from phygital to digital, if a e-commerce site is going from physical to omni-channel and you are still calling them online sites, then you're dead. If tomorrow Agio becomes the next Flipkart and you're not there, you're dead. If a Chroma becomes the next mom and pop shop, then you're dead. If you are only selling on Amazon and Flipkart and the government decides to close them down or something happens to them, then you're dead. So you have to be where your consumer is shopping and change as per the consumer who's changing. That's a simple advice to all budding entrepreneurs.
So, folks, simplicity as it is. Over to you. Any questions? Want a great opportunity to pick his brains on anything? Lots of hands going up there.
So we have time for probably 2 questions.
Hello, sir. So, sir, my question is, as you talk about the change and how a marketer should change with the audience and the people they are targeting. So, like, as you are also talking about metaverse and how it is not there as of now in India. But when do you think India will be ready? By that, I mean, like there can be a possibility that a particular brand we are working for miss that train of metaverse. So how can we train ourselves as of now? How can we be ready for the coming metaverse?
So that, you are at the right place. I don't remember any session in the last 2 years which has happened on metaverse. I think forums have started to happen. I think you guys are talking metaverse is it by itself big. There are so many things if you go online, there is a company I invested in also called Loka. I found them on Shark Tank, and they're doing crazy stuff on metaverse. There is Accenture, which is doing some good stuff on metaverse. Supply chain is getting into not only marketing. There are so many things which is happening on metaverse. It's not even crazy. So the world is I remember something like cloud 4 years, 10 years back, cloud used to be that everything will be on cloud, right? Now, if you come today, everything is actually on cloud. So maybe everything moves into metaverse in the next few years. There are people like Mark Zuckerberg, right? They have changed their company name into Meta. So they are the ones who are envisioning future of metaverse. They are the ones who invented Facebook. They know what was happening, right? Social media, social connections will be the future. These guys have moved into metaverse, and if you don't, then you are dead, bro. Move, learn, adapt, and if you learn more, if you have if you've done your research and you know metaverse well, then let's connect, because I need people who know meta well.
Thank you, sir.
We can take one more question.
Hello, sir. I am Abhishek Gupta. I'm MBA student from IMT Ghaziabad. So my question is like, when we talk about metaverse, the very first word which comes in our mind is experience. And when we are talking about experience, and if I take example of boAt, which is mainly a sound company, like it provides good headphones and earphones. So when we are talking about experience, how boAt is going to implement this in metaverse? Because we will be listening through a different device. We will be seeing through a different device, and when we are buying something which is for sound, then how boAt is going to provide that experience, that what you are going to hear?
यार तूने VR headphones, VR headsets का नाम सुना है?
Yeah.
So VR is a future into meta, right? Where people will start wearing those, people will start getting that. And अभी ना concert में जा रहे हैं. So meta is getting into, there are going to be meta concerts, right? And in a concert, if you have bad sound, concert is all about experience and sound, right? And slowly all these headphones, abhi to people are understanding and making that software, making that programming is happening for that. Then the hardware will start happening. Oculus, I think Facebook bought them for $1 billion, right? And all that will start getting into, tech starts develop, once you have, imagine you go to a concert and you don't have good sound. Waste, no, like you will not come next time. So it will, boAt as a brand has to serve that purpose of good sound.
So is boAt currently planning to?
Not yet. Abhi we are looking at metaverse for marketing, and then we'll go. Abhi to metaverse is more about experiencing it. अभी तो जो हम कर रहे हैं वो ही संभाल लें, वो ही बड़ी बात है. अभी बहुत टाइम लगेगा हमारे को उसमें घुसने में. But we've created boAt Labs, which is working currently on the current set of projects and the future. Like we've just launched Dolby enabled products. We've launched direct ANC headphones. Getting into there is probably in the pipeline next year, but not now.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's about it. I think. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll request you to kindly take a picture together. Thank you once again, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Sinha. It was a pleasure listening to both of you. I'll request you to kindly take your seats. As we move on to our next session that we will move on to as soon as we have everything set up on the stage. In the meantime, once again, I would like to thank our partners and request all of you to use the hashtag that you see on the screen out here. It's somewhere on the screen. I am marketer is one hashtag, BWMWB is another. You can use it and spread the word around. If you're enjoying the conversations, let the world know what's happening in this very room. Right. So shall we move on to our next session now? When I say we move on to the next session, half of the hall is moving on to another place. So one of the things that are not going to happen in the metaverse for sure, right? If you're connected. So we move on to our next keynote address. This is leadership in the metaverse. One step away from the big moment now. It is time we invite our keynote for the day, Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director, Volvo Car India, to come on the stage and take us on a journey with his words. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Malhotra with a huge round of applause if you can.
There is a presentation. Can you just, if you can switch it on? Yeah. All right, good evening. I think as presentation is loading, I think we have been talking about metaverse since morning. Yeah, it's here. So let me ask one question here to start my sort of presentation here. And I think that is coming from some of the things we picked up in the previous session and before that. So how many of you have actually gone into a metaverse? Can you raise your hand? Yeah. So some of you have gone. And have you created your avatar in those metaverse? All right. So I have. Okay. So here is my avatar. This is me. We happen to do a new launch or launch of a new XC40 recharge on metaverse, and we had to create a avatar. I created my own avatar. I think it is very boring. I showed it to my daughter who is like 18 years, and she said, "This is very boring. This is now not how you create your avatars. They have to." But it was a formal event with media. We were doing it as an experiment, so I had to do it. So I think this is what I'm going to talk about a bit, and then maybe we'll take it forward from here. Uh, so I think I'm come from Volvo. Volvo is a Swedish company, and we are known for safe cars. As you know, safety is ingrained in our DNA, and sustainability is also equally important, right? So we have, I don't know how many of you know, it was Volvo who invented 3-point safety belt, which has since been given without any patent to everybody. So I think Volvo has saved a lot of life directly or indirectly. So it's what Volvo is all about. And sustainability is also about safety, because now we are looking at climate change and we're looking at things changing around us. It is someone has to come forward and take responsibility. And we believe as car maker, we are responsible, and that's how we keep our world and our earth and our environment safe. So sustainability is something which is very, very crucial to us. And we are doing a lot when it comes to sustainability. Uh, we have talked about very clearly, we have a very, I would say, within the car industry, we have a very ambitious plan to become carbon neutral company by 2040, and also become a circular economy by 2040. And a lot of things are happening. It's not just about selling electric cars. Electric cars, there is a lot of questions as to how sustainable they are, but it is creating the whole ecosystem, creating sustainability across the value chain. Not how we produce cars, what materials we use, how we sell those cars, and how do we create the whole ecosystem. So I think we are doing a lot, and hence whatever we do, we somehow question ourselves that what we are doing, is there a sustainability angle to it, right? And a few other things we are doing of all our dealer. It is beyond, I think, as I said, it is not about just making eco-friendly cars, but it is about doing it whatever you can, and sometimes even for your own society. So we have done some initiatives at our dealerships. Our dealerships have started using solar panels and things like that. But we also did it for within Delhi NCR. We have gone and given solar panels to public health centers, 4 of them, small scale, but that's how we start. But what I'm trying to say is sustainability is always important. And then we launched our first electric car around, I would say, 10 days back, 13 days back. And this is XC40 Recharge, which comes with a full electric car. It's our first electric car that we have launched, and this is our journey of sustainability that starts from here. Globally, we have said that we are going to become a 100% electric car company by 2030. And by 2025, 50% of our revenues are going to come from electric cars. So I think it is a big statement. And so for similar thing in India, maybe we believe it can happen faster. So when we were looking at launching this car, we again asked ourselves, this is obviously, it's a Volvo car, it has to be safe, but what are we doing with regard to sustainability? So I think within the car, there are a lot of things. We are using a leather-free upholstery for the first time. So it has, it is sort of is a one step towards sustainability. It uses a lot of components which is coming from ocean waste. So that can be converted. So there is a lot beyond what we see as electric car that is going to sustainability. And then we were to launch this car in India. We thought, can we do something from a sustainability perspective? That we all came together, and we heard in earlier panels today about some use cases, and it's an experiment. I think it's a new thing. Metaverse, we need to start from somewhere. We thought, okay, if we have to offer something sustainable, and we also believe in technology, innovation. So how do we put these things together? And we then, I think after a lot of brainstorming, we said we can do a physical activity or physical event, which we always do, call all the media over, show them the car. But now metaverse is a reality. It can be used, though in a smaller scale with a limited audience. And let's do it as an experiment. It comes with its own risks. We know that. But that's how we decided that, okay, let's get into a metaverse. This was the first, and I think we are the first company to do this within the car industry in India. So what we did was basically, it was a media launch. We have to showcase a car, we have to announce our price, we call in the media, and we sort of do it in this way. And then we also can, and typically what we do is next day we will then do another activity where we will call our dealers and do the same drill with them. Third day we will do with our own employees, and so forth. So it becomes like, but I think that when we asked ourselves, I think that travel media coming from all over India, dealers coming from all over India means a lot of, I think we talk about carbon footprint. They will take flights, come in. Can that be avoided? And that's how we said, okay, metaverse can give us a solution which could, we really don't know, data doesn't really exist in terms of how much metaverse is creating carbon footprint versus, but we believe that probably this is the right step, and that's how we got doing this. And let me show a small video which will sort of make you understand what happened on that day. So a quick glimpse on our metaverse journey. Voice. I paused it, so tell me when you're ready. Can I play now? Can go back. Can I play?
The dawn of a new era of sustainability is upon us. Welcome, Evolvers, to the Volvoverse. This is the first ever Volvo car launch in the metaverse. The beam of light you are seeing is what we call the luminous core. It is our primary source of self-sustaining energy that powers everything in this virtual space. The Volvoverse is our ideal world functioning on clean energy, where we hold the key to the future. And the future is electric. We hope you enjoyed your experience of the first ever Volvo car launch in the virtual world.
Yeah, so these were some glimpses from all the shots that you saw is actual metaverse. Some of these were our journalists coming in. They had their own avatar and our own dealers, and a lot of these people came together. In fact, it was quite successful for us, and we got what we really wanted from this event in terms of what you expect from a media event. You want to have a real share of voice, and I think we got, so we are quite happy. It is an experiment, as I said. We learn from it and maybe scale it up and see what else we can do around that. All right, so then, as I said, I think we were the first to launch this, and we believe we have done in a green way, in a climate neutral way, and so we are happy to do this in this form. And that's why I think it is relevant for today, that how can this lead into more activities using metaverse and taking them forward from here. All right, so I think for future, I think there are a lot which I'm sure you have been hearing since morning. There is a lot which is possible. There are events, like this was an event. It was a media launch, and we can do various other types of events in the metaverse. There is a possibility of creating showrooms, like we have car showrooms. You can create a digital showroom and it's already happening. We can do conferences. We can do a lot. I think that prototyping can be done for new products. Testing can be done. And beyond that, I think advertising in an obvious area, product placements and other things can still be done. Education, we heard trainings, we heard about conferences, education institutes I think in the last 2 years, we have started working from home. So virtual workspaces are possible in this. So there is a lot which is going to happen. So I think in my view, in the previous discussion, there was a question with regard to metaverse, whether it is a fad or it's a reality. We have experimented. We believe it is something which will pick up, but in the end, it's, in my view, a spectrum in terms of on one side, how much time are people going to spend on something like metaverse? So we heard everybody's, I think, on their phones, using social media, how fast people will start using more, spending more time on metaverse, and how immersive, and that is going to depend on how immersive it is going to be. The technology in terms of hardware, software, and brands coming together. So it is bound to happen. 5G is coming, we all know, and that will make these experiences even better. And with that, I would like to end my speech. And I think one day we'll see each other in a metaverse avatar, unlike face to face. And obviously, we'll continue to meet face to face, but also through a metaverse avatar. Thank you so much, and good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Malhotra, thank you very much for that presentation. We would now like to proceed to the chat side of the session. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Jyoti Malhotra once again, Managing Director for Volvo Cars India, if you could please. And once again, Mr. Shashi Sinha, CEO India Media Brands, if you could please come on and steer the ship to its final destination. Thank you.
Thanks, Jyoti. That was very nice. Good for a finale, which the audience here would see, especially a lot of youngsters. I have a few questions to ask. I'm mindful of the time, but I just want to ask you. First question is, what made you choose Metaverse as a launch? Very interesting. But for someone to choose Metaverse as a launch, the thought itself for a platform with a product like this, what's your view?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, once again, good evening to everyone. See, as I was just explaining this in my previous talk also, that for us, whatever we do, we ask ourselves, are we sticking to our core values? And our core values are about safety, about sustainability, innovation, technology. And when I think we looked at possible ways of launching our first electric car, we thought this is the way. And I can very quickly touch upon it. When we do it on a metaverse, it is quite safe. I think we are still a bit worried on a pandemic perspective. We are still coming out of it. So if you do it in a metaverse environment, and it is more innovative than doing it like we could have done a webinar. That was one option. We have been doing this, but that has become, I think, more boring now. So it was safe. It is sustainable. As I just explained, we avoid people flying in, maybe avoiding carbon footprint. So it is probably lower than usual. So I think that was sustainable angle. And it is innovative. I think trying to create avatar, doing it in an interesting way, making media to pick it up. So I think when we looked at all these angles, they fit very well. And we thought, okay, we were anyway thinking of using metaverse or something. Why not this? So we decided to do our launch using a metaverse. That's how we decided.
And while you talked about it, but share more in detail your experience of the launch. What has been your experience on the launch?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, yes, it was an experiment. We were, when we decided to go for it, we knew it can come with its own set of, what should I say, risks. But we said, okay, let's go for it. But in the end, I can say it was quite immersive, overall fantastic. And I think what we wanted, outcomes are always important. We had two things in mind, because that was the day we were announcing our price, and we were going online. And that means customers can now directly order to us online. And there were two clear metrics we had in mind. One was how many customers will book online after we give this message, number one. And number two, what is our share of voice by doing this event on a metaverse. So I think on both fronts, we had really fantastic outcome. This car is like 55.9 lakh ex-showroom price. And in 2 hours, we were able to sell all the 150 cars that we are going to get in next few months, October, November, December, 3 months. We are just sold out already, and beyond that also now. So we got that using metaverse. And we had something like 300 people coming in from diverse backgrounds. There were dealers, as I said, media, our own employees. And I think it was quite immersive. And the other thing was share of voice. And I think the sort of share that we have seen within our competitive set, it was dominantly visible. So I think it was really fantastic. We are very happy. And it was a unique and immersive experience. It was very interesting for me to be there, responding to media Q&A. Instead of me, it was my avatar who was speaking, although I was speaking, but it was my avatar which was visible. So it was a very interesting thing. And I'm sure that sort of created a bit of buzz in the media also.
So what do you think, what will be the changes this metaverse will bring or has brought into the automotive sector?
All right. So I think metaverse, as we all believe, it's a beginning of a journey. It's something which we are all starting to experiment in our own way. Within automotive, there are possibilities. Some are already using, some will start using, and I think it's going to cut across the whole value chain. So we start from a product development. There is a possibility of doing prototyping using metaverse. It can involve overall new car development process, which is a very costly affair. It can impact testing. We do crash tests, and we do physical cars, and there's a huge cost involved with that. I believe over a period of time, as technology improves, there is a possibility of doing these tests also on metaverse. But I think in short term, what I believe easy thing to do is product placements, advertising, very much possible. Within advertising, I would say what we call as game advertising. So I think young generation is already on this, and we can be there where customers are, and we can sort of start advertising there. There are events which can be done. And there is another interesting thing which we have started to see in fashion category. I'm sure that can happen in car industry also, is about a digital only product. So there are a lot of people who aspire to buy a luxury car like Volvo, but in real life, maybe it is still, there is an aspiration. But we can have a digital only Volvo for your avatar to move around in a metaverse using a Volvo, could be a possibility. That's how automotive can use. And I think another interesting thing for us, what we are already thinking is metaverse is where you can build communities. We want like-minded people who are thinking of safety and sustainability, which I spoke about. Can we create communities, people who are there? I think youngsters now want to change the world. Can we sort of get them involved and maybe use them as influencers, and I think create buzz around it? So there is a lot, I would say, which can be done, and it can be done in a very immersive way. So I think you can just imagine which all possible uses are within our own industry and beyond.
I asked this question of Aman in the previous panel differently. I'm going to ask you differently to you. Do you think metaverse can disrupt marketing?
In my view, yes. I think marketers are always trying to create more engagement, right? So I think you will remember Spider-Man once said, with great powers come great responsibilities. Yes. For a marketer, I would say great engagement comes with great opportunities. So I think this is a great engagement tool. Metaverse is where you can actually engage people in a very different way than we have ever been doing. And hence, marketer always chase where customer goes, and Aman also spoke about it. So there was a time, if you go back in history, when people were moving around in roads, so billboards were very popular. Then came print, everybody's reading paper. So I think everybody started putting their budget behind print. Then TV, radio, digital. Last few years, it's moving to digital. Now within digital, we are talking about Web 3.0 and the metaverse. So it's going to happen, right? And it is, as I said earlier, also it is a spectrum. It's a combination of how much time consumers or customers are going to spend on metaverse and how immersive experience we can create. And I think the hardware, software will make a difference. How much, let's say, cost effective. Now we were just speaking in the earlier session, data is the base, right? Data has to be cheap, it continues to be cheap, easily affordable. But then on top of it, how for immersive experience, you need all those AR, VR equipments, how affordable they will become. I think I'm sure Aman would have been here. Aman has an opportunity. I'm sure he will be able to create something which is going to do that. And I think two important, I would say, other things which from a marketing perspective, which are important is creating exclusivity. I just spoke about it. Customers are buying Gucci sneakers online on metaverse. They can buy luxury cars or whichever car of their choice and actually build those cars in the way they want to build it. And then marketing is not complete if there is no commerce, right? We need to be transactional, and it is possible. I think NFTs are and tokens are already there in metaverse. Actually, you can buy either a digital car or a real car using NFTs. Tesla has already announced that they will accept NFTs as payment for real cars, and that's how it's going to change. I think it's going to change for everyone. So I think I believe metaverse will evolve. It is a starting point right now. I think everyone is trying to experiment around it. And from those experiments, we'll learn and we'll scale it up.
In fact, you preempted my next question, which is around blockchain and NFTs, saying, the fueling demand. And the question is, how quickly should brands adapt to this technology?
Okay, so I think blockchain and NFT is a buzzword, but I believe within that, blockchain is a platform and NFT is sort of a token, which is, I think, started to go mainstream. May not be our generation, but you talk to youngsters, they are already using tokens and they're already using NFTs in some or the other way. And I think as brands, we need to see how we can create innovative campaigns to drive brand loyalty or create awareness. I can give you an example. There was, I think Gucci first went on metaverse offering Gucci sneakers for I think $12 or $13.
Yeah.
And I think they collaborated with Pokemon Go platform, and I think these are offered. In real life, people cannot buy a Gucci sneaker. They would have costed a few $1,000, but for $12, everybody's coming and buying, and they're sort of fulfilling their aspirations. So NFTs are happening. Yes. And following that, what happened? There is another, I read about it. There is a company, a sneaker company in New York. They said, okay, we are not Gucci. We are like simple sneaker company. But what you can do is, if you, by paying NFTs, buy a sneaker for your avatar, we will deliver a real sneaker to your house. So, and I think in I think matter of minutes, I think they were sold out like in some big numbers. I don't remember, but some millions they were talking about is the sort of orders they got. And so there's a lot, but I think another very interesting impact which NFTs can bring to our industry, especially from a marketing perspective, is I think CRM.
Yes.
In CRM, so when we sell a car, we start issuing an NFT to each customer. So NFT, there is a unique virtual address that we create for each customer. So so tomorrow, if we want to celebrate something, or we have to announce, let's say the company at some point will be celebrating 100 years of existence. And then we say we want to reward all our customers. So we can send another NFT to those NFTs who are already owning a Volvo car. Or we can create a special concert. ABBA is from Sweden. We want to do a ABBA concert and call all Volvo owners on a metaverse to come and by giving an NFT, they can come and do that. So I think NFTs are, I think, gaining traction, I would say even faster, and metaverse is fueling that, is my view.
Wonderful. So now I'll read this because this is some data which I'm putting out. The Gartner marketing survey states that till now 35% of all customers have not heard about metaverse. Again, Aman referred to this,
Yeah.
But expected by 2025, 25% of people will spend at least 1 hour on it every day. With so much potential that the metaverse holds in the future, how can brands set the strategy for the long term? This is a question I asked earlier. Short term, immediate, fad versus long term.
Yeah, so I think if you really want to move in this direction, we really need to understand from a strategy perspective, always we start with what you really want to achieve. So you need to, if you want to have a strategy around metaverse, first thing is what is your goal? What do you want to do from this? What are you trying? So what role you want to play? You want to sell online using metaverse, or you want to give experiences? You want to do CRM using metaverse, or you want to create or facilitate interactions? What is your goal? I think be clear goal and the role that you want to do. So that's the starting point of a strategy. Then I would say, like we did, the next step should be test and then sort of develop from that. So experiment. We did our launch. I talked about it. Do experiment. Have clear metrics. We had our clear metrics. See, I think what can be possible outcomes that you expect from that, and based on that, learning, adopt, and scale it up. Scaling up will depend upon the outcomes. Again, go back to your goals and see whether this is going to help you. And I think if you are thinking on those lines, then you need to really go back and see what sort of talent do you require, what are the competence you require. Because when we moved from, let's say, a regular advertising to more digital, we all started having our own digital agencies, right? They started helping us because we thought we don't know. Now we have our own digital marketing, but how we started was like that. I think same thing here. We will have to find, and when we did this, we worked with WPP, and they had provided a lot of support to us in terms of creating this metaverse, in terms of using this in the right way, in terms of creating the metrics. So we'll have to, I think, initially source this talent, maybe through an agency, and later on maybe onboard them within our own organization. So I think first clear goal, be very clear what you want to achieve. Then I would say testing is important, experimenting. It's an experimental phase right now. We really don't know. Don't put too much emphasis right now. Maybe, as Aman said, maybe only a small percentage of your advertising or your overall budget put into it, learn, and then scale it from there.
Yeah. And again, a question has come up earlier that as metaverse grows, there are certain risks associated with metaverse. So how should brands learn to mitigate this risk?
Yeah, I think Aman said risk is attached with everything. Anything you do in business, there will be risks, and there are obvious risks in using any technology. Technology, there is an underlying technology risk. Here, for example, when we did our media event, we were worried that initially when we were deliberating, we thought, okay, should we call only media and dealers and employees, or we should open it to public and do because in terms of metaverse capability, you can have an infinite number of people coming in. It's just you have to create a bandwidth. So we were a little worried that it can lead to negative experiences. Somebody can start coming, maybe somebody will plant, someone will start saying negative things. So you have to be a little careful. So that's a risk. And you have to think of how can you mitigate risk. One possible way, the way we approached was what we call as a whitelist. We have talked about blacklisting people, but I think there's a way we can do it a whitelist. So decide whom do you want to give access to this metaverse. So we decided, okay, there will be invitation sent to only specific number of people, and only those people can log in. They were given passwords and they can only come in. So it was a whitelisted approach that we followed. The second thing, what we are thinking now is, although we have our own success, let us not try to scale it very fast. I think there is a risk in that. We can't suddenly say that, okay, we'll completely now move our whole digital media budget into metaverse. I think it's not happening. So be careful, decide how fast or how do you want to really scale it up. Be a little careful on that. Then I think there was a talk about regulations.
Yes.
They don't exist now. Somebody can come and in India, we are used to fake objects. So in metaverse also, somebody can fake and start using your brand, your logo for any brand. And I think what are the regulations available? How can you do that? So we need to be a little clear on how we can enforce those rights in a metaverse. It is still hazy right now, but that's a risk which comes to my mind. So I think there are risks, but we need to, if we want to really go that direction, we need to be clear as to how we can mitigate those risks.
Good, thank you. So I don't know how all the questions, leave it open because Soumya said to me, be careful of time unlike last time. So to the audience, anything, check with the audience.
So, good evening, sir. I'm Abhishek Dasgupta, IMT Ghaziabad, PGTM DCP. So my question is, if Metaverse is still in a developmental stage, why is Facebook investing so much effort? What could be the plausible reasons why Facebook is investing so much efforts into taking it to the next level?
See, I'm sure, I think Aman also spoke about it. I think technology companies are creating platform. When Facebook was created, it was a platform. Metaverse is the next platform with evolving 5G and other sort of hardware, software I spoke about. There are projections that the revenues from or through Metaverse by 2030, I don't remember how many $1 trillion, but it is like equivalent of Japan's economy by 2030. And that is probably the reason that everybody is now sort of going after it. And it's happening in developed market. It's happening in its own way. I'm sure all of you would have heard about the Justin Bieber show. We just went with so many people attending that. So there are different uses it will come through, but that's why I think Facebook is a platform which tries to engage people, and Metaverse is the next platform, and they're investing in that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Or Jyoti?
Good evening, sir. My name is Abhishek again, pursuing PGDM marketing from IMT Ghaziabad. So since the very beginning of the session, we've been hearing about experimenting with Metaverse and Metaverse also evolving at the same time at a very fast pace. As a marketeer, sir, how do we tackle this? Where do we stop with our experimentation and scale it up? Or for how long do we continue experimenting it with?
So I think I touched upon that. So obviously, in our own mind, you should be clear what do you want to achieve, right? In our case, as I said, I think we were very clear that we wanted to launch a new car, and there are options to do it in a physical way or do it in a, let's say, a webinar way or a metaverse way. And we said, okay, what do we want? We spend X amount. By spending that X amount, we want this much of share of voice, and we want this much of, let's say, bookings or pre-orders that we really wanted at that point of time. And also we were worried on risks, which I spoke about. So, and I think when you do that experiment, you come back and say, okay, this is working well. What else you can do? Having done this, so we have invested in creating a platform, a metaverse, which we called as a Volvoverse. Now we are already thinking right now in our own organization, we work on a, let's say, a hybrid way, right? So can we use this Volvoverse? We have a monthly town hall where all employees come together. All of them actually created an avatar. Can we do a town hall using this? So now the investments are not there, but we'll continue to experiment without much cost. There will be cost, but of using that, but the development has been done. How we can leverage that investment already has been done into this. Can we do a dealer conference, calling them now on a Volvoverse and sort of sharing it in that platform? And we keep learning. And I think from those experiments, I'm sure you would have heard about MVPs. This is like an MVP. You learn and you then go to next level, add value, do something else. So I think it's a natural process. It's very difficult to say, where do you stop? You don't stop, you evolve and you scale up. That's how I would say. Thank you.
Hello, sir. I am Jitendra, PGDM marketing from IMT Ghaziabad. Sir, my question is, what is the basis of valuation in metaverse? For example, we talk about digital assets, like we could buy land, we could buy a shoe. Then what differentiates that shoe from a normal shoe? There's no product quality, nothing. The only valuation would be the public perception. So how could we depend on such digital assets? Thank you.
Yeah, so this is, I think, I would rather ask this question to you. I'm sure there is a value, right? When we go and buy gold, okay, there is a value. That's why you pay so much for gold, because it's a rare commodity. So the value comes from rarity, and even in digital world, there is only limited space, right? So you pay for that. You want to be there. So H&M wants to set up a store in metaverse. They have to pay and buy that space so that then when their prospective customers are coming in, they have the best visibility out of all people. And then it is a human behavior. We want, today we buy the best of the clothes, and the way we present ourselves in real world is because we want people to look at it in some way. Social media, we have all profile pictures, use Instagram to do what, right? Now you pay for it and create your own avatar, and I think do experiences. But yes, over a period of time, the value will come as a marketer. It will come based on how much time my prospective customer is actually going and spending on metaverse. Today we are spending more on social media. We knew a lot of customers are coming to Facebook, and I think we were all sort of following them and using. They are moving to Insta, we are moving to Insta. They will move to metaverse, we'll move to metaverse. And when we all start moving to metaverse, there is a value there, right? That's how the value comes.
Put it, if I may add, sir, on your behalf, to put it simplistically, value is always supply by demand, isn't it? Supply divided by demand. Here you start the word perceived. Perceived value is equal to perceived supply by perceived demand by perceived supply. So that's going to be real. Whether it's a shoe or whether it's real life shoe or whether it's a shoe in metaverse, it's going to be always a perception of what the demand is divided by what the supply is. That's the simple way of looking at it.
Thank you.
Evening, sir. Pratik Ghosh here from IMT Ghaziabad. So Volvo had a media event regarding the launch. So I wanted to ask what's next, what are you planning to do next for the brand? Because when we talk about cars, big part of it is the experience of driving it and actually seeing how it actually feels. So what's next according to you?
Okay, so I think it's not that I'm not talking about only our company, but I think what I see next happening is I think virtual showrooms coming up, right? It's already there. I think Grand Vitara launched around a week back. They have created what they are calling as a Nexaverse. And it's not just for the launch day that Nexaverse is now available to consumers can come in and actually sort of engage. But I think with technology, things will change. Today, in our industry, one of the key ingredients for improving your sales is considered to be test drive, right? Test drive is very, very physical. Who knows, with technology evolving, there are, how pilots learn, the simulators, and those simulators can now go into metaverse, and I can create a real car experience with sound. Okay, electric cars won't make any noise any which ways, but you get to sort of experience that test drive in metaverse. Just imagine. I don't know when it is coming, but it's coming. But stores are coming, in my view, very, very quickly, because anyway, the real estate, as we were discussing, cost on real world is anyway so high. Before it becomes so costly in metaverse, better be there and I think grab some space there and use it.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions there?
Hi, sir. My name is Satyam. I'm from IMT Ghaziabad. So I have recently been introduced to a new source of clean energy, that is green energy, green hydrogen. The government has also been promoting it. So how would green energy or green hydrogen cars compare to an electric vehicle, or are they even a possibility in the near future?
See, I think there are different technologies emerging, right? Only time will tell which is going to be more sustainable than other. But as of today, when you look around global companies, Indian companies, looks like, given the different choices, right? Specifically in India, government is, I think, nudging in two directions. If you want to continue on the IC engine cars, they're talking about ethanol mix, right? Which is biofuel. That is one direction. or you go full electric. India, I think that's how the ecosystem is working. And I think now a lot of global companies have invested so much. I don't think there is anything going back. So I think I see more and more movement towards electric. Other technologies also develop. See, it was diesel, was also petrol and also CNG, right? So I'm sure, I think as things go, ultimately it's going to be the cost of acquisition, cost of maintenance, which will ultimately decide. Electric looks like at a point of evolution now where it is becoming more affordable and still sustainable. So that's my view.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Any other questions or should we wrap up?
Hi, sir. This is Ria from PGTM Marketing from IMT Ghaziabad. So my question is related to the generation gap. Basically, the Gen X and above people are not well versed with the technology or the concept of virtual reality. Also, major part of the population in that category are rigid towards their views. So what would or what should be our strategy for that category to make them familiar with the concept?
So I think within the family, we know India is a young country. We all talk about demographic divide and demographic benefits that we speak about. And I think you would have heard since morning, everybody's talking about people of my age coming and talking about their teenage children. They are the influencers. So how they got into Facebook? You guys, right? When we saw our children getting into Facebook, they wanted us to, now they are pushing us out. That's a different story, but they are the ones who got them on Facebook. They are the ones who are sort of, now we are seeing them go into Insta. We go into Insta. So I think it is this younger generation, which more than us that trying to do ourselves. So we try to ensure that more youngsters are made familiar. They adopt this, and through them we will be able to adopt, make sure that their parents and the older generation is also sort of brought into this Web 3.0 or virtual reality or whatever.
If I make a stab at that, since I'm the oldest person in this room, I can speak from a personal opinion that there's a huge fear of missing out, So the FOMO, which operates for young people in one way, for older people like us, it operates in a reverse way. And I'm reasonably sure Aman alluded to his father reading the newspaper like a rigid habit. But when Aman goes to work, I'm sure his father will be reading a lot on social media, which Aman doesn't know about, I can speak for myself. So rest assured, when these movements come to critical mass, whatever the critical mass you can't define, it just catches fire, irrespective of age, sex, creed, whatever, it just takes off. So don't worry too much about that. I can assure you of that. Any other questions? Otherwise, Soumya, shall we? Thank you. Thank you, Rajyoti. That was very interesting and engaging. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
If I can request you for a picture, sir. Thank you. Thank you once again, Mr. Malhotra, Mr. Sinha. Okay, I would like to take this moment to thank all our partners for supporting us throughout this initiative. And now comes the moment that we all have been waiting for and have gathered here, the unveiling of the 17th edition of BW Business World Marketing Whitebook. And for this, I'll bother you a little bit because I'll be inviting you back on the dais, Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director of Volvo Car India, to kindly do the honors. Mr. Malhotra, if you can join us on the stage, that'll be amazing. Mr. Aman Gupta, co-founder and CMO, both. I'll request you to join in as well, sir. Mr. Shashi Sinha, CEO, IPG Media Brands, to join in. Mr. Nikhil Mathur, Managing Director, India, GFK. Soumya, if you can also join us here. Soumya Sehgal, Editorial Lead, BW Marketing World, and Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. So the stage is all set. The official unveiling of Marketing Whitebook 22. पहले picture ले लो. Okay, for this one, you all have to join me in applauding the effort that has gone into making this white book possible. Took a lot of blood, sweat, toil, and tears from Rohel's side. A lot of it went into it. So I'm going to. हाँ वो बैटरी नहीं है उसमें. Welcome to the technology, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive DJ David Guetta over there. That happens. I'll request all of you to kindly get together right next to the big book that you see in the center. And we would like to take a picture together with all of you. थोड़ा पास में आ जाइए किताब के. रोहिल आप भी आ जाइए please. A little bit of gap. Thank you once again. Let's have a round of applause for all the people on the stage. Thank you once again for your valuable time. Okay, so with that, I would like to thank all of you as well here in the room for being present throughout the day. Also, everyone out there on the virtual platforms, thank you so much for joining with us. Don't forget the marketing white book launch ceremony of Mumbai taking place on August 19 at Four Seasons. The keynote speaker would be Sanjeev Mehta, CEO and MD, Hindustan Unilever. The day has officially ended. I would like to thank all our partners for making this possible. Once again, our presenting partner, Times Network, along with our knowledge partner, GFK. Associate partner, Bobble AI and Tribes, fan partner, Fandrum, coffee partner, Beanly, beverage partner, The Thick Shake Factory, media partner, Exchange for Media Group, knowledge advisors, GFK, EY, Kantar, IPSOS, CBRE, our digital media partners, IWMBuzz.com, all the speakers that gave us their valuable time. And I would like to invite the man on my right on stage for the closing note.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure indeed to have you and to host you. Before you proceed to dinner, a few kind words to everybody. I will not take names, it's not the time, but especially to Team Business World here, Mr. Rohil Amin, Ms. Soumya Sehgal for having put this initiative together, Noor, Fatima Warsia, who's unfortunately not with us, but she's here in spirit, mind and spirit, and she's been the brainchild of this since its inception. Thank you once again. This is a representation of the future for us, and we feel the impact will be one amongst many. Just to let you know, we'll be having a program on supply chains coming up in November, where we'll have an extensive look through the prism of technology, looking at tech such as AR, VR, metaverse, digital twins. We'd be delighted to host you and to have you join in the deliberations. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, we hope you enjoyed yourselves, and welcome to the future. And please enjoy yourselves for dinner outside. Thank you so much. Thank you. A quick request for all Team BW personnel. We would like to have a group photo. If no problem, you're welcome. So please, BW, everybody, please join us who all have come after the young ladies and gentlemen have their chat with India's digital personalities.
Shark, the shark man.
See, this is the beautiful thing about technology. What would be Ritik Roshan, what would be Tiger Shroff is now the co-founder of Boat.
The only time in human history where a shark is being cornered by humans.
Yes.
Arre, sir, panche maro.
Hmm? So shark is being cornered by human beings, huh? First time in history. Boys, this is not Disha Patani. This is Aman from Boat.
Okay, after this, every picture will cost you $1,000. Who all wants to take a picture now? Thank you once again for the enthusiasm. Team BW, can I please request you all to kindly get on the stage and take a picture for one more successful event? Well done. I don't know which all names I need to take. But of course, absolutely not Prerna.